Dear sisters, brothers, and beloved soulmates, I am Ramon Krishna Vadapalli, the owner of this channel, dedicated to promoting a moral and spiritual society worldwide. Our main objective is to share the epic story of the Mahabharata, which serves as a rich collection of spiritual and moral teachings. This includes the Bhagavad Gita, a profound source of enlightenment for all humanity. I kindly ask all viewers to subscribe, like, and share this channel to support our mission. The Mahabharata comprises a total of 589 stories, each contributing to our understanding of life and spirituality. Please subscribe and share and support me for more likewise. Thank you. Yours, Vadapalli Ramon Krishna, ancient yoga trainer.
The Mahabharata is much more than just an epic. It is a profound journey through the principles of life, duty, and spirituality. Deeply rooted in Hindu Sanatana Dharma, it explores timeless questions of morality, justice, and the path to righteousness, illustrating how every action and choice carries deeper meaning tied to our spiritual beliefs. At its core, the Mahabharata revolves around the struggle between good and evil, embodied by the Pandavas and Kauravas, set against the backdrop of the great Kurukshetra war. However, this epic is not merely a battle of armies, it is a battle of dharma and adharma, of right and wrong, within every individual. Through its characters, from the wise and divine Lord Krishna to the righteous Pandavas and even the flawed Kauravas, the Mahabharata reveals the complexities of human nature and emphasizes the importance of aligning with dharma. As we delve into this ancient text, we will explore how the Mahabharata connects to the teachings of Sanatana Dharma, offering valuable insights into concepts like karma, action and consequence, dharma, righteousness, and moksha, liberation. This timeless story continues to guide millions, showing us how to navigate the challenges of life with wisdom, integrity, and devotion. Many years ago, in the Naimishranya forest, the chieftain Shaunaka, along with other sages, performed a great sacrifice called Satra. After 12 long years, Ugrasravasa, the son of Romharshana, who was observing the sacrifice, invited Suta, a skilled narrator of religious stories and Puranas, to Naimishranya. Suta's arrival brought new life to the gathering, and everyone was filled with joy. He was warmly welcomed and honored with offerings of arghya. Once satisfied, Suta was surrounded by the people, and they began to ask him questions. One of the sages asked, "Sir, we had expected you to arrive at the beginning of the yajna. Why did you delay so much? Did you receive our invitation?" Suta replied, "Your Majesty, your invitation reached me without issue. However, before coming here, I was invited to the snake sacrifice performed by Maharaja Janmeja. I attended that, and that is the reason for my delay." The sages, surprised, asked, "We have heard that Janmeja is a righteous king and a descendant of the Pandavas. Given the many important things a king could do, such as Rajsuya or Ashwamedha sacrifices, why did he perform this snake sacrifice? There doesn't seem to be a strong reason. Could you explain?" Suta responded, "There is a reason. Janmeja's father, Parikshit, died due to a curse from Taksaka, the king of serpents. Since Janmeja was a child at that time, he didn't know the full details of the events. Recently, a Brahman named Udanka came and reminded him of the curse, leading Janmeja to perform the snake sacrifice as a way to avenge his father's death." The sages, intrigued, asked, "Who is this Udanka, and why did he incite the king to undertake such a sacrifice?" Suta then began to explain further. A great sage named Pailuda had a disciple named Udanka. After completing his education, Udanka decided to become a householder, and Pailuda blessed him. On this occasion, Udanka asked his guru if he could offer any Guru Dakshina. Pailuda, being a member of the Mukta Sang, replied that he had no personal desires and that if his wife asked him to do something, he should fulfill that request. Udanka then bowed to his guru's wife and explained the task he had come to fulfill. She was pleased and said, "My dear, today I wish to perform an auspicious fast on the 4th day. There is a king named Possu nearby, and his wife is a great devotee. She possesses beautiful and magnificent earrings. If you go to her, ask for them, and bring them to me. I will wear them and complete my fast." Udanka immediately set out, and with Possu's permission, he reached the queen's residence and met Sage Mahadevi. He explained his mission, and Sage Mahadevi, being a wise and virtuous woman, gladly granted his request. She handed him her kundalas, earrings, but cautioned him, "My dear, for a long time, the Naga king Takshaka has been trying to steal these kundalas. You must be very careful." Udanka assured her that Takshaka could not harm him, and that there was no need for her to worry. With that, Udanka took the kundalas and set off to return to his guru's temple. Takshaka steals the kundalas. On his way back, a Digambara monk appeared to Udanka. The monk would appear and disappear, following Udanka momentarily at a time. After some time, Udanka reached a pond and placed the pots on a clean spot along the bank before entering the pond to take a bath. While Udanka was bathing, the Digambara monk, who had been following him, suddenly appeared, seized the pots, and fled. Udanka quickly chased after him and caught him. However, the monk immediately transformed into Takshaka, the Naga king, and disappeared into the Naga world through a hole in the earth nearby. Udanka, determined to retrieve the pots, followed him through the same hole and entered the kingdom of snakes. Once there, Udanka could not find Takshaka, so he prayed to the serpent people, hoping to find him. Udankakrita Nagapradhana vertical bar made a great and heavy earth, filled with countless forests, mountains, rivers, and oceans, be so immense that it would be unbearable to carry even the entire earth on its shoulders. May the supreme leader of the universe, the one who lies in the ocean, the unshakable being, who destroys the wicked, who is eternal, and the supreme entity, Adisesha, be pleased with me. May the great leader, Vasuki, who has undergone intense austerities in the past, protect the serpent race from harm, even from the gods and demons. With feet that shine like jewels from the crowns of gods and demons who eternally bow to him, and who is the adornment of the Supreme Lord, the husband of Girijadevi, may he forever bless us. In the worlds of gods and men, filled with the power of both, may Takshaka, the fierce and noble serpent king, be pleased with us. Whether in the mountains of his clan, in the caves of those mountains, or the great fields of life, moving freely, accompanied by the best of beasts and the king of snakes, may Takshaka, with his powerful presence, always be pleased with us. Indra grants a boon to Udanka. Udanka prayed to all the reptiles in the manner described above and stood with his eyes closed, yet the kundalas did not fall into the well, nor did Takshaka, the god of the kundalas who had stolen them, appear. But when Udanka opened his eyes, a vision appeared before him. He saw two women weaving a beautiful cloth with black and white threads on the same loop. 6 young men were turning a 12-bladed wheel, and on a tall horse, a man with great height and strong arms was sitting. Udanka praised everyone he saw with the most beautiful Vedic mantras. The man on the horse, who had granted him the vision, said, "Ask whatever you want." Udanka requested that the entire ruling class of the sinful race be made to obey him. The man told him that if he blew hard into the ear of his horse, it would happen. Udanka followed the instructions, and immediately, terrible flames of fire erupted from the horse's ear, surrounding the Naga kingdom. The Naga king, Ikshansrotra, frightened by the flames, quickly crawled to Udanka and presented the kundalas. This pleased the Brahman, and once satisfied, the horse ceased spewing fire. Fearing that his unexpected journey to the Naga world might result in being separated from his guru's family, Udanka was granted the boon to ride on the horse, which carried him back to the guru's family before disappearing. At the right time, Udanka delivered the kundalas to the guru's wife and asked the guru to explain the details of his journey. The teacher replied, "Of the two dancers you saw, one was Dhata and the other was Vidhata. The black threads they wove represent the nights, and the white threads represent the days. The wheel represents the year, with its 12 leaves symbolizing the 12 months. The 6 seasons are represented by the Kumarsatkam that spins it. The man you saw was Indra, and the Gandharv riding him was Agni." After explaining everything in detail, the teacher blessed Udanka, saying, "Now you may go in peace." Udanka left the Guru's clan and performed penance for several years. However, the hatred he still felt for Takshaka and all snakes grew stronger, fueling his desire for revenge. He felt that the task, which was not his to do, should be taken up by someone more capable. In his mind, the great king Janmezya appeared. Without hesitation, Udanka set out to meet him. Udanka encourages Janmezya to perform the snake sacrifice. After completely crushing the rebellion in Taxila and further consolidating his supremacy, King Janmezya returned to Hastinapur amid triumphant celebrations. While he was caught up in the excitement of victory, Udanka entered the royal court. He blessed the king with sacred Vedic mantras and said, "O king, you are a great ruler to whom all the people of the world should bow down. However, I regret to inform you that you have neglected a crucial task that you must address." Janmezya, surprised, responded, "Brahman, immediately tell me what treasure I have neglected. Whatever it may be, you need not hesitate, for I have vowed not to reject the requests of Brahmans or the orders of the Vedas. Therefore, speak fearlessly, O earth god." Udanka then spoke, "King, it is true that I will benefit a little from what I am about to tell you, but this is a matter for you to consider. You must immediately perform the snake sacrifice." "Why do I say this? Your father, Parikshit, was killed by the Naga king Takshaka. With the word of just one Brahman, you must teach that snake king a lesson for the crime he committed. It is your most important duty to avenge your father's murder." Hearing this, Janmezya asked Vipravari, "You said that you have a lot of profit in this matter. What is that?" Udanka explained, "The obstacle that Takshaka caused that day still troubles me, and it is hindering my peace of mind. My penance and studies are not progressing properly because of it. If you perform the snake sacrifice and destroy Takshaka and his people, I will be able to perform my Varnasramadham with a clear mind. In short, it is your responsibility, O king, to prevent me from facing any further obstacles in my penance. That is my gain." The people, after reflecting on Udanka's words, turned to the ministers and said, "Is what this Brahman says about my father's death true? If so, please tell me the full details of the incident." The old ministers tell about the death of Parikshit. Some old ministers present in the assembly recounted the story of King Parikshit's death. They explained that Parikshit once went hunting and killed an animal. The injured animal fled, and Parikshit chased it until he reached the ashram of a sage named Shamiku. Parikshit, thirsty, asked the sage, who was in deep meditation, for some fresh water. However, the sage remained silent, engrossed in his meditation. In anger, Parikshit, feeling slighted, placed the dead snake he found nearby around the sage's neck. When the sage's son, Shrungi, arrived and saw the dead snake around his father's neck, he immediately understood that it was an intentional act. In a fit of anger, Shrungi cursed, "May the one who put the foul snake around my father's neck be bitten by the most ferocious of all snakes, Takshaka, on the 7th day from today." When the sage, Shamiku, opened his eyes, he was shocked to discover that his son had placed the curse. Realizing what had happened through his divine vision, he expressed confusion and regret. "Son, before cursing, you should know who is guilty and whether they deserve such a curse. The one you have cursed is the king of this land. Cursing a king and making the kingdom unstable is not right for people like us," he said with a sigh. He then sent his disciple, Gauramukhu, to inform Parikshit about the curse and to find ways to prevent it. Upon learning of the curse, Parikshit became worried and sought refuge in his impregnable palace, which was so secure that not even the wind could enter. 6 days passed, and on the 7th day, Takshaka, the Naga king, set out for Hastinapur to fulfill the curse. On his way, the demon Kashyapa, known for his expertise in casting snake spells, appeared. Realizing that Kashyapa could potentially save Parikshit, Takshaka became angry with himself and stopped to confront him. Kashyapa, skilled in magic, showed Takshaka that no one could be revived after being bitten by him. Takshaka, in frustration, asked Kashyapa to revive a tree that had been bitten by a snake, and Kashyapa performed the magic, restoring the tree to life. Astounded, Takshaka realized the power of Kashyapa and knew that Parikshit could be saved. However, after this encounter, Takshaka continued his journey and reached Karipuram, where he sent serpents in human form to Parikshit. These serpents offered the king fruits and nuts, and as Parikshit was about to eat them, the poison within them took effect. The Bhujangadinath, who had been hidden in the form of a small insect, revealed himself and bit Parikshit, causing his death. When the ministers finished recounting this, Udanka responded, "O king, I believe that Shrungi's curse was a result of the insult to his father. Thus, Takshaka's act of biting your father is justified as part of the curse. However, think how unrighteous it is to send away the magician who came to save the king by tempting him. This shows that killing Parikshit was deemed more important than fulfilling the curse. Consider why a poisonous creature, in the form of a snake, should enter the royal palace through magical means. O king, take revenge on the one who killed your father and destroy the entire race of Takshaka. The only way to do this is through a snake sacrifice." Evidence of Takshaka's mistake. As soon as Udanka spoke, Janmeja replied, "Dharmara. Even if you say so, I believe that Takshaka's tempting of Kashyapa is an intolerable deception. But neither you nor the ministers were present at that time. How did you come to know about it? Is there any evidence of Takshaka's deception?" The ministers responded, "Yes, Lord." They explained, "On that day, Takshaka was chopping wood from a tree in the forest when the tree fell, and he died along with it. However, he was later revived by the magic of Kashyapa. During this time, Takshaka overheard the entire conversation of the Bhusura Bhujangas. Fearing for his life, he remained hidden in the tree until they had left. Once they departed, he quickly ran to inform them of the conversation, but before he could deliver the news, an unexpected turn of events occurred. When the ministers presented this evidence, Janmeja became enraged at the snakes for their deceit. He immediately ordered the preparations for the snake sacrifice to begin. The snake sacrifice of the people of Jaya. The Pannaga Yajna, a ritual that had not been performed since the beginning of the current Kalpa, was now underway and proceeding smoothly. As the time for initiation drew near, King Janmeja, accompanied by his consort, Vapusht Devi, began the ritual. Many great sages were chosen to oversee the yajna. Chandabhargava, renowned in the Chavana dynasty, served as the host, Jamini, the illuminator of Kutsaku, as the illuminant, Sharyava as Brahma, and Pingala as the Advaryu. Prominent sages such as Vyasa, Uddalka, Brahmataka, Svetketa, Pingala, Asipdevala, Narda, Parvata, Atreya, Kunda, Jathra, Kalgata, Shrutasrava, Kohla, Devsharma, Maudgalya and Samsarbhadi were all present at the gathering, marking the beginning of the snake feast. As the yajna proceeded, the priests, dressed in black robes, became visibly affected by the smoke from the sacrificial fire. A strange and terrifying atmosphere filled the air. The Hotas, chanting in unison, called each snake to the fire, where they were consumed by the flames. The snakes writhed in agony, crying out for help as they fell into the fire, jumping and clinging to one another in a futile attempt to escape. They were in indescribable distress, unable to comprehend what was happening to them. Various types of snakes, black, white, blue, golden, old, young, large, and small, fell into the fire in different postures, their bodies contorted in confusion. Some had elephant-like trunks or gourd-like thin bodies, while others were as long as a yojana. The burning snakes emitted horrific sounds, and the acrid smell of their fat and brains burning filled the air. The scene was filled with the changing colors of smoke, creating an unimaginable spectacle of suffering and destruction. Indra gives Takshaka a guarantee. When it was revealed that Janmejaya's sacrifice was about to begin, Takshaka, the king of serpents, became filled with fear. Upon hearing of the impending danger, he sought refuge with Indra, the king of the gods, pleading for his protection. Indra, though concerned, remembered a statement from Vidhata, who had foretold that divine serpents like Seshu and Vasuki, along with other such snakes, would not be harmed during the sacrifice. Reassured by this prophecy, Indra offered Takshaka his protection. Despite this promise, Takshaka remained fearful and, in a state of deep anxiety, curled up and lay next to Amrendra, still trembling with fear. Occurs on snakes. The sages, upon hearing the Suta's narration, asked, "O Suta, the all-knowing mystic, why did the snakes, the most powerful beings in all creation, have to be burned in the terrible flames of fire?" The Suta, wishing to clear their doubts, began explaining. In the ancient era, Kashyapa Prajapati, desiring sons for his children, asked his wives, Kadruva and Vinta, to pray for them. Both prayed for thousands of years, and when Kashyapa asked them what they desired, Kadruva, pleased with the service, asked for 1,000 strong and brilliant sons, while Vinta asked for 2 sons who were stronger and more powerful than Kadruva's sons. Kashyapa granted their wishes and told them to take care of their pregnancies. Kadruva became pregnant and soon gave birth to great serpent kings like Sesha, Vasuki, Takshaka and Karkotka. However, Vinta, who had laid 2 eggs, was saddened as they did not hatch immediately. In her impatience, she broke one of the eggs, and from it was born a legless demon, who cursed her, saying, "You have made me incomplete out of jealousy, and for this, you shall serve your stepmother for 500 years. He then foretold that the second egg would hatch a son, who would be strong and free her from her bondage. Later, the gods and demons decided to churn the ocean of milk to obtain nectar. Lord Vishnu helped by bringing the Mandar mountain and using it as a churning rod while Vasuki served as the rope. During the churning, poison was produced first, which Lord Shiva swallowed, earning the name Garlakantha. The churning also brought forth many divine beings, including the moon, Lakshmi, Uchashrava and Kamadhenu, while the nectar was finally produced. However, the demons stole the nectar, and Lord Vishnu, in the form of Mohini, tricked them and gave it to the gods. The gods, with Indra's protection, safeguarded the nectar. One day, Kadruva and Vinta went to the seashore for a picnic, where they saw the divine horse Uchchashriva. Kadruva, insisting that its tail was black despite Vinta's belief that it was white, challenged her to a bet. Kadruva told Vinta that if the tail was black, Vinta would become her maid, but if it was white, Kadruva would serve her. Kadruva then secretly instructed her sons to make the tail appear black by holding it. Despite the righteous advice of her sons, Sheshu and Vasuki, Kadruva cursed them for not obeying her, saying they would perish in Janmejaya's snake sacrifice. Fearing the curse, the sons did as instructed, and when they showed Vinta the black tail, she, believing her stepmother, agreed to serve her. The story of Garuda. Nearly 500 years passed, and the second egg of Vinta finally hatched, giving birth to the mighty bird Garuda. As soon as he was born, he soared into the sky, circled it once, and bowed down to his mother. Vinta was overjoyed. However, Kadru and the Nagas constantly mocked Garuda, calling him the son of a maid. Kadru would carry her Naga sons on her back while hunting, and Garuda did the same. One day, while carrying the Nagas on his back, he flew toward the sun. The intense heat caused the Nagas to faint. Seeing this, Kadru scolded Garuda and prayed to Indra, who caused rain to fall and revived the Nagas. Garuda was deeply hurt by his stepmother's words and returned to his mother, asking, "Why are we slaves?" Vinta then told him the entire story. Determined to free himself and his mother, Garuda approached the Nagas and proposed, "If I bring you a pot of nectar from the heavens, will you release us from servitude?" The Nagas agreed. Garuda then informed his mother of his mission and sought her blessing. Bowing to her, he asked, "I need food to gain strength. Tell me where I can find it." Vinta advised him, "My dear, there are many Nishadas in the ocean who cause trouble to the world. Eat them, but do not eat Brahmins." Garuda asked, "Mother, how will I recognize a Brahman?" She replied, "A Brahman will choke you and hurt you. That is the sign." Garuda then attempted to swallow all the Nishadas in the sea in one gulp, but suddenly something stuck in his throat. A voice from above said, "There is a Brahman inside, let him go." A figure in the form of a Nishada suddenly emerged and declared, "I am a Brahman living among these corrupt people. My wife, also a Nishada, is behind me. Leave us alone." Garuda honored his mother's words and spared them, then devoured the remaining Nishadas. Still unsatisfied, he approached his father Kashyapa and said, "Father, I am going to retrieve the nectar to free my mother from slavery. Even after eating the Nishadas, I am still hungry. Please provide me with food." Kashyapa, pleased with his son's determination, told him about two cursed brothers, Vibhavasu and Supratika. Due to a dispute over their inheritance, they had cursed each other, one becoming an elephant and the other a tortoise, and had continued their fight even in these forms. Kashyapa instructed Garuda to consume them to satisfy his hunger. Garuda immediately captured both the elephant and the tortoise in his claws and searched for a place to eat them. A massive tree named Rohina suggested, "Place them on my branch, which is 100 yojanas long, and eat them." As Garuda bent to do so, the branch suddenly snapped with a loud noise. Looking closely, he saw the sages of Valkilya hanging upside down, engaged in penance. Fearing that their penance would be disturbed if the branch fell, Garuda carefully carried it in his beak and flew to his father. Kashyapa prayed to the Valkilya sages and guided them to Himavat. After safely placing them there, Garuda released the branch in an uninhabited place and finally satisfied his hunger by eating the elephant and tortoise. Strengthened, Garuda set out for the heavenly world to obtain the nectar. As he approached, chaos erupted among the celestial beings. Indra, alerted by Jupiter, tightened the security around the nectar pot. Undeterred, Garuda flapped his mighty wings, creating a storm that swept away the guards. When others tried to resist him with weapons, he blinded them with the dust stirred up by his wings. On Indra's command, the wind dispersed the dust, but the damage was done. The guardians of the nectar were injured and fled to Indra for protection. Reaching the location of the nectar, Garuda found it protected by a great fire. To extinguish the flames, he fetched water from various rivers and sprinkled it over the fire. However, his challenge was not over. Above the nectar pot, a massive spinning wheel whirled at high speed. Shrinking in size, Garuda skillfully slipped through its spokes. Two gigantic serpents guarded the pot, hissing fiercely. Using the wind from his wings, he blinded them before striking them down. At last, he seized the nectar pot and soared into the sky. Impressed by Garuda's immense power and restraint, having not consumed even a single drop of the nectar, Lord Vishnu appeared before him. Garuda bowed to Sri Hari and requested, "O great soul, I seek immortality without drinking the nectar. I also wish to always remain in your presence." Pleased, Vishnu granted both boons and declared, "I will make you my vehicle and also place you on my flag." Garuda humbly accepted the blessings and departed. Meanwhile, Indra, determined to stop Garuda, hurled his thunderbolt at him. The mighty eagle smiled and addressed the weapon, "You cannot harm me, but since you were created from the body of the great sage Dadhichi and serve as Indra's weapon, I respect you. Take a feather from my wing and return to your master." Seeing Garuda's power and wisdom, Indra proposed friendship, which Garuda accepted. However, Indra warned, "If you give this nectar to the Nagas, they will become immortal and might bring destruction to the world." Garuda assured him, "The Nagas only desire the nectar to free my mother and me from slavery. I will deliver it to them, but you may reclaim it before they drink it." Garuda then reached the Nagas and placed the nectar pot before them, declaring, "This is for the liberation of my mother and me from your servitude." The Nagas agreed, and Garuda was free. However, before drinking the nectar, Garuda advised them, "Take a bath before consuming it, as it is pure nectar." The Nagas, trusting his words, placed the pot on darbha grass and went to bathe. At that moment, Indra, waiting in an invisible form, swiftly seized the pot and returned to the heavens. Upon returning, the Nagas were shocked to find the nectar missing. Desperate, they licked the darbha grass where the pot had been placed, hoping to absorb some remnants of the divine essence. However, the sharp edges of the grass split their tongues, making them potent forever. The darbha grass, having held the nectar, became sacred. It is said that those who listen to the story of Suparna, Garuda, will attain divine wealth, have their sins removed, and be freed from suffering caused by snakes and demons.
The fierce snake sacrifice and the ascetic's arrival. The snake sacrifice performed by Janamejaya had reached its peak. Snakes of all kinds, one-headed, two-headed, three-headed, and even 10-headed, were falling into the sacrificial fire. Countless serpents, some stretching several yojanas long, lay within the Savanakund. Among them were the descendants of Vasuki, including Salapala, Chakra, Pichula, Purna, Manossa, Kotisha, Halamuka, Kakshak, Kaladanta, Hiranyabhaha, Kinna, and Saranas. The lineage of Airavata, Paravata, and Parijata, along with the Pandavas and the descendants of Dhartarashtra, such as Sankavana, Sitharaka, and Kuthara, were also consumed by the raging fire. Even the Kauravas, Eraka, and Rundaka perished in the flames. The great sages, who acted as the fire priests, chanted powerful mantras, summoning the snakes one by one, ensuring none escaped their fate. In the end, even the Takshaka clan, including Prichandaka, Mandalaka, Pindasikta, and Ruphenikad, succumbed to the fire. As the horrific extermination of the serpent world continued, the people gathered there noticed something unusual and said, "O king, the one you desire most, Takshaka has not yet appeared. He remains under the protection of Indra. Janamejaya, determined to see his revenge fulfilled, responded, no matter where he hides, ensure Takshaka is dragged into this fire. If Indra does not release him, then summon both Indra and Takshaka together. At first, there was hesitation among those present, but the king's command could not be ignored. The Hotas, with their most powerful and melodious voices, began chanting, Sahendra Takshaka Swaha, invoking Takshaka along with Indra. The mantra echoed through the heavens, and the impact was immediate. Indra, along with his divine assembly, was suddenly pulled toward the sacrificial fire. Even the mighty king of gods, Amareshwara, was shaken by this unexpected turn of events. Alarmed, Indra, realizing the danger, abandoned Takshaka, casting him away with his Vajra, thunderbolt. Takshaka, now helpless, was thrown off Indra's protection and began plummeting toward the sacrificial fire. Writhing in terror, he slid down the sky path, desperately trying to escape his doom. Seeing him approaching, the Hotas intensified their chanting, eager to complete the ritual. At that very moment, just as Takshaka was about to be consumed by the flames, a young sage named Astika entered the hall. Astika, the one who is not afraid of fire. As the mantras were being chanted to summon Takshaka into the sacrificial fire, Astika looked up and saw Takshaka, who had been shaken by Indra and was now falling toward the flames. With great authority, he commanded, stop, 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 3 times. The sheer power of his holy words froze Takshaka mid-air, suspending him between the sky and the fire, unable to descend further but not yet free. The magicians were astonished by this divine intervention, and the gathered audience was left speechless. Even the queen and the great king Janamejaya himself stood from their seats in awe, bowing in reverence to Astika. As the people turned toward him, hands folded in respect and amazement, Astika began to speak. He praised Janamejaya, honoring his lineage and the noble deeds of his ancestors. He extolled his father, the virtues of his grandfather Abhimanyu, and the righteous ways of his great-grandfathers, the Pandavas. Janamejaya was captivated by the eloquence of this young Brahmin boy, who, with mere words, had defied the sacred magic of the Vedas. The king, deeply impressed, bowed in admiration and said, I will grant you whatever you desire. Without hesitation, Astika made his request. From this moment onward, not a single snake should be sacrificed into the fire. Grant me this boon. Janamejaya hesitated. He had expected the boy to ask for wealth or some material reward, not to bring the entire yajna to a halt. Unwilling to abandon his vengeance so easily, he said, O Brahmin, ask for anything else. I will give you immeasurable gold, countless gems, rubies, pearls, majestic elephants, beautiful maidens, anything you desire. But do not ask me to stop this yajna. Astika, smiling softly, replied, O king, I am the nephew of Vasuki, the king of the Nagas. I was born to the great sage Jaratkaru and the unmarried Jaratkaru for the very purpose of protecting the serpent race. I have no need for more wealth than my own kin. You swore to grant my wish. If your word is true, fulfill it. If not, I shall leave, and it will be you who has played a dishonorable game, O king. Janamejaya, valuing truth above vengeance, realized the significance of Astika's words. He instructed the Hota to perform the sacred rites to bring the snake sacrifice to an end. The rituals were immediately conducted, and Takshaka was set free. The snakes were saved, and Astika, satisfied that his mission was complete, praised Janamejaya 100 times, blessed him with 1,000 good fortunes, and departed.
Astikopakayana. The sages, eager to learn more, asked Ugrasravasa. The devotee, who halted the serpent sacrifice, claimed to be born for that very purpose. What did he mean by that? Moreover, how did he possess such eloquence that even the power of magic could not stand against his words? Tell us the story of a true devotee. In response, Ramaharshana smiled and said, You have asked for the finest tale, one that is both venomous and yet deeply beneficial. Listen carefully. Long ago, Vasuki and the other serpent leaders were troubled, fearing the complete destruction of their race due to their mother's curse. Desperate for a solution, they sought refuge in the presence of the great creator, Chaturmukha Brahma. Brahma, seeing their distress, reassured Vasuki, saying, O Vasuki, you and the other noble Nagas, who possess divine qualities, will not be harmed by the yajna. However, the arrogance that is growing within your race poses a great threat to creation itself. That is why this curse has been destined to unfold. Yet, do not fear, for your entire lineage will not be wiped out. A child will be born to your sister, conceived by a man who shares her name. At the right time, he will intervene and put an end to the yajna, saving your race. Hearing Brahma's words, Vasuki became determined to protect his sister, ensuring her safety and guarding her fate carefully. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, there lived a Brahmin named Jaratkaru. A strict ascetic, he had dedicated himself to a life of celibacy and spiritual enlightenment, freeing himself from worldly attachments.
One day, during his wanderings, he came across a strange sight, a group of sages hanging upside down from the branches of a giant oak tree within a cave, absorbed in deep meditation. Astonished by this peculiar vision, Jaratkaru approached them and asked who they were. The sages, recognizing him, lamented, "O Brahmin! We are your ancestors, and we suffer a great misfortune. Because of you, our lineage is on the verge of extinction. You have roamed the world without taking a wife or having children, and without an heir, we are unable to attain liberation. Since you remain a hermit, forsaking the duties of a father, we are cursed to hang here in suffering, unable to reach the highest state of existence. If you ever come across the fool named Jaratkaru, tell him of our plight. Urge him to marry and bear a son, so that our suffering may finally end." Jaratkaru was devastated upon hearing their words. Overcome with guilt, he wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Alas! What have I done? My ancestors are suffering because of me. I must set aside my vows and do my duty. I must marry and have a son to save them all." Determined to fulfill his obligation, he informed his parents of his decision and set out on a journey to find a bride. Vasuki's sister's marriage to Jaratkara. One day, Vasuki approached the ascetic Jaratkaru and humbly requested him to marry his sister. However, Jaratkaru was reluctant and refused, saying, "Vasuki, I am only getting married for a purpose. I will marry a woman who shares my name, but know this, I will leave her as soon as a son is born. If the child is not suitable for me, if she causes me any difficulty, or if she ever interferes with my conduct, I will abandon her immediately without hesitation, regardless of whether a son is born or not." Vasuki, understanding the importance of this union, agreed to all the conditions set by the Brahmin. With great reverence, he said, "Mahatma, all your conditions are acceptable to us. Please marry my sister. Her name is also Jaratkaru, just as you required." Hearing this, Jaratkaru finally consented to the marriage. The wedding was performed with great splendor, following the sacred Vedic rituals, uniting the two under divine blessings. Jaratkaru, abandoning Jaratkaru. Jaratkaru, having been warned multiple times by her brother and entrusted with the protection of her people, revered her husband, Jaratkaru, more than the gods themselves. She remained unwavering in her devotion. Time passed, and one evening, Jaratkaru fell asleep with his head resting on his wife's lap. As the sun began to set, Jaratkaru grew anxious. If she woke him, he might be angered. If she let him sleep, he might miss his evening prayers and risk becoming apostate. Torn between these choices, she decided it was better to bear his anger than allow him to neglect his sacred duty. Gently, she woke him, saying, "Bhagavan, the evening is approaching. You, the omniscient, should wake up." Jaratkaru woke, rubbing his eyes, and snapped, "You fool! You have no sense to disturb my sleep." She pleaded, "I only did so because I feared that if a Vipra does not wake at sunset, he may become a renegade." Jaratkaru, furious, mocked her, "You think the sun sets before I wake and rises when I do? You dare to disturb me?" Then, with a stern voice, he declared, "Sudati, I had set my conditions before our marriage. You have now violated them. I am leaving you. Whether you return to your brother or go elsewhere is your choice." Though Jaratkaru had foreseen this moment, the reality of it struck her with unbearable sorrow. She cried, "O Lord! You expected a child from me, and I have faithfully served you. If you abandon me before I have borne that child, our purpose will be lost. Please stay until I give birth to a man as great as you." The sage, unmoved, replied, "You are already pregnant." Overwhelmed, she asked, "But will my child be as great as you?" Jaratkaru, before departing, repeated thrice, "Asti asti asti, yes, yes, yes," and then disappeared. Jarat Kuru sought refuge with her brother, Vasuki, who welcomed her with deep affection. At an auspicious time, she gave birth to a son. Remembering the words spoken by his father, he was named Astika. When Janamejaya began his serpent sacrifice, Vasuki informed Jarat Kuru of the looming disaster. She turned to her son and said, "My child, I gave birth to you for the protection of the Nagas. The time has come, save us." Assuring his mother, Astika set forth to the yajna and intervened, saving the serpent race from annihilation. After fulfilling his purpose, Astika returned to his mother and uncle, recounting all that had transpired. Overjoyed, Vasuki said, "Nephew, I wish to grant you a boon. Ask for whatever you desire." Astika humbly replied, "I have no personal desires. However, since you insist, grant this boon instead. Let those who hear, read, or remember my story be free from the dangers of serpents." Vasuki agreed, saying, "So be it. Those who recite the story of your birth and life, and those who remember you, shall never suffer from snake bites. Should any serpent defy this promise, its jaws shall be broken instantly. Moreover, those who recall you sincerely shall remain safe even from venomous fevers." With his mission fulfilled, the devotee Astika continued on his righteous path, his name eternally remembered as the savior of the Nagas. Janamejaya asks Vyasa to tell Bharat. All the sages continued working towards completing the yajna using alternative methods. Though Janamejaya was deeply affected by the interruption of his grand serpent sacrifice, he entrusted the responsibility of the yajna to the Hotas and turned his attention to the great sages present, eager to hear various mythological stories. However, his heart remained preoccupied with thoughts of his ancestors. Seeking clarity and guidance, he approached the revered sage Vyasa, who was present in the assembly, and requested him to narrate the stories of his forefathers. Understanding Janamejaya's inner turmoil, Vyasa responded, "Good. Listen to the story of Bharat. It will dispel your uncertainties in this world and bring immense blessings to your ancestors in the afterlife." Having thus blessed the king, Vyasa turned to his disciple, Vaishampayana, and commanded, "Vaishampayana, narrate to the people the story of the Mahabharata as I have taught it to you. Let them hear the great tale of Jaya." Vaishampiyan introducing Bharat. According to the command of Vyasa, Vaishampayana first bowed down to his revered guru. The assembled people, recognizing his wisdom and authority, worshipped him with great reverence, offering him a tambourine and requesting him to narrate the story of their ancestors. Once again, Vaishampayana bowed to his guru and, in an auspicious and solemn voice, began his narration of Bharat. "O great sages of the Shaunaka lineage, I will now recount exactly what Vaishampayana said in that sacred assembly. While the manner of speaking is mine, all the greatness belongs to them. Listen with utmost attention." Vaishampayana then began, "Salutations to Vyasa, who is the very embodiment of Vishnu. I offer my respects to all the revered elders. My guru, Sri Vyasa, for the welfare of the world, composed this grand epic under the name Jaya. Since it is a tale about the heroic lineage of the Bharatas, it is known as Bharata, and because it is a great epic, it is called the Mahabharata. O devotees of Mahabharata, listen attentively. In ancient times, the Vedas, which were originally one, were divided into four by my guru, and his disciples further wrote the sutras and spread their knowledge. Thus, Sri Krishna Dvaipayana, the great sage, became renowned as Vyasa. I bow once again to that Vyasa, who, with divine foresight, composed the 18 Puranas, which are as harmonious as the goddess herself. He is the guiding light for Brahmin scholars, the one who expounded the Brahma Sutras and declared, Akatavadano Brahma, Brahmin is beyond form and number. O king! After the great war of Mahabharata, my guru, with the intention of compiling the stories of his mighty ancestors and the heroic Bharatas, dedicated 3 years of tireless effort to construct the epic within his mind. While contemplating a worthy scribe to transcribe his work, the four-faced Brahma himself appeared before him. Understanding my guru's desire, Brahma suggested the great Mahaganapati, the supreme lord of wisdom, as the most suitable writer. Without delay, Vyasa undertook Vaishampiyan introducing Bharat. According to the command of Vyasa, Vineshwara becomes a scribe for Bharat. Vineshwara appeared before Vyasa and asked him to make a wish. As Vyasa had already conceived the epic Bharata in his mind, he requested Ganapati to write it down as he dictated. Ganapati smiled and said, "Sage, if I begin writing with my tusk, can you keep up? From the moment I start, my pen must not pause for even a moment. If you can dictate continuously without stopping, I will certainly write it down." Vyasa, recognizing the challenge, responded wisely, "Son of Shiva, it is not about my ability, but about divine will. However, I ask for one condition. You must first understand the verses I dictate before you write them. You must carefully examine their meaning, their appropriateness, and their depth. Only after you have comprehended them fully should you put them in writing. Son of Parvati, please grant me this boon." The remover of obstacles, Vineswara, agreed to this condition. With the auspicious moment at hand, Vyasa, the great composer, and Ganapati, the divine scribe, sat down to begin their monumental task. To ensure that he had time to compose the epic without interruption, Vyasa crafted the first 3,000 verses in an extremely complex manner, making them difficult to grasp at once. This clever strategy gave him the necessary time to think and dictate the rest of the Mahabharata without Ganapati outpacing him. Thus, the grand narration of Bharata began. This great Indian epic is also known as Jaya. It is called Jaya because it is a collection of true events from the past. Hence, it is also named Bharatitihasam, meaning the history of Bharata. The Ashtadashavarnana, the 18 Parvas, is harmonious and captivating, which is why it is referred to as Bharata Kavyam. It is praised as the Panchama Veda, the fifth Veda, because it encapsulates the essence of all the Vedas in a narrative and artistic manner. Due to the inclusion of the Bhagavad Gita, Sanat Kumara Gita, and other philosophical teachings, it is called a Vedanta text. It is also regarded as Niti Shastra because it provides moral guidance applicable to all people, from servants to emperors, in all situations. Additionally, it is termed the Bharata Purana as it delves into divine and spiritual inquiries. Because of its profound significance and excellence, it has gained worldwide recognition, reinforcing the saying, "If you listen to anything, you should listen to Bharata." The fruit of listening to Bharata. Even reading or listening to the wondrous epic Mahabharata with devotion grants the merit of performing countless good deeds. The knowledge obtained from diligently studying Bharata is equivalent to learning the 4 Vedas, the 18 Puranas, the 6 Shastras, the 8 Angas, the 9 Grammas, the 10 Upanishads, and the ultimate truth, moksha. The merits gained through endless charity, countless sacrificial offerings, daily rituals, divine chanting, and the strict observance of celibacy can also be achieved by simply listening to, reading, reciting, or writing Bharata. Any sin, even those atoned for by the Vedas, is immediately absolved. It enhances enthusiasm, governance skills, magical powers, and wisdom. The epic provides guidance on how servants and masters should behave, the responsibilities of fathers, the duties of children towards their parents, the appropriate time and manner to enter different ashramas of life, the principles rulers should follow, the governance methods the people should adopt, and how to discern which societal changes are worth accepting or discarding. It also delves into various aspects of Arthashastra, including wealth acquisition, protection, expenditure, and management. Mahabharata is not merely a story but a comprehensive guide to life. Great sage Vyasa, who divided the Vedas into 4 and composed the Sutras and 18 Puranas, worked tirelessly for 3 years to compile this epic. However, reading it without attention will not yield much benefit. O people! To attain the 4 Purusharthas, Dharma, righteousness, Artha, prosperity, Karma, desires, and Moksha, liberation, listening to Mahabharata is the only path. Those who listen to it with utmost devotion will have all their desires fulfilled. Kings who hear it will see their kingdoms flourish. Those who are deeply drawn to Bharata will be freed from all mental, verbal, and physical sins accumulated over births. Their lifespan will increase, and their knowledge of worldly and spiritual matters will deepen, guiding them towards Vedantic wisdom and a righteous way of life. Whether one listens, reads, or writes Mahabharata, they will be blessed with auspiciousness, and their enemies will disappear. Anything not mentioned in this epic is not found in any other scripture, and every subsequent text derives its wisdom from it. The unique qualities of this great poem are unparalleled in any other work. I bow to our revered Guru, the sage Sri Vedavyasa, who composed such a magnificent epic. Vaishampayana then said, "Before I narrate the story of Bharata, I shall first recount the divine history of the great sage who authored it, Vyasa." Thus, he began the tale of Vyasa. Vedic Vyasa Parkyana. There was a king named Upakarachara Vasu, whose wife was Girika. Vasu lived happily, indulging in all kinds of pleasures with her, as she was a beauty beyond compare. One day, while Girika was menstruating, she expressed her desire for union with her husband, and Vasu too had the same longing. However, just as he was about to fulfill this desire, the ancestors ordered him to bring the meat of wild animals for their offerings, forcing him to leave for the forest. Though he set out on his duty, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Girika's beauty and their passionate union. As he wandered in the forest, memories of fair-haired maidens, their eloquent speech, the captivating blue-eyed and nine-eyed beauties, the alluring glances of the one-eyed women, the lustrous youth, and the firmness of their breasts and pubic hair tormented him. Overwhelmed with desire, the mighty king, unwilling to let his passion go to waste, took the fruit of a tree, placed his seed into a leaf basket, and tied it around the neck of his pet eagle, instructing it to deliver it to Girika. As the eagle flew through the sky, another eagle spotted it and mistook the contents of the basket for food. Driven by hunger, it attacked the pet eagle, and in their fight, the basket was torn apart, causing the king's seed to fall into the Yamuna river below. At that time, due to a Brahmin's curse, the celestial nymph Adrika had been transformed into a fish and was wandering in the Yamuna. The fish swallowed the miraculous seed that had fallen from the sky and became pregnant. Later, when fishermen caught a large fish and presented it to the king of Dasara, they were astonished to find a boy and a girl inside when they cut it open. Since Adrika had been fated to be released from her curse upon giving birth to a human, she regained her celestial form and disappeared. The children were then presented to King Vasu. He took the boy as his own and gave the girl to the king of Dasara. The son raised by Vasu later became famous as Matsya Raja, the ruler of the kingdom of fish. The girl, raised by the king of Dasara, was named Satyavati. She was trained in hunting and sailing, assisting her foster father in his duties. However, as she was born from the womb of a fish, a strong fishy odor emanated from her body, earning her the name Matsya Gandhi. One day, the sage Parashara, the grandson of Vasishtha, needed to cross the Yamuna and waited by the shore for a boat. At that moment, his eyes fell upon Satyavati. He was instantly captivated by her beauty and felt an unusual surge of desire. Recognizing her as a woman of exceptional virility, he confessed his love for her. Satyavati agreed, but set several conditions. "People might see us," she said. In response, the sage created a dense mist to conceal them. "The daytime is not suitable for such a union," she hesitated. Parashara then shrouded the surroundings in dim darkness. "But I am a virgin. What will become of my honor?" she asked. The sage granted her a boon that her virginity would remain intact. "Yet, my body reeks of fish. Who would want to touch me?" she said with a taunting smile. To this, Parashara blessed her, saying, "From this moment on, your fishy odor will disappear, and instead, your body will emit a divine fragrance." Thus, Satyavati, now imbued with an enchanting aroma, became the beloved of the great sage. Manifestation of Vyasa. Parashara, an unparalleled astrologer and sage, performed a divine miracle with Satyavati in the mystical darkness of Rishikesh, in the middle of the Yamuna river, on Yasuka Tippa. As a result of their union, Satyavati was blessed with a son. This extraordinary child grew rapidly, reaching the maturity of a 12-year-old in a short span of time. Born with striking blue hair, he was named Krishna. Since he was born on an island in the river, Dvipa, he came to be known as Krishna Dvipayana. That great being, the first and most revered son of Parashara's divine seed, humbly prostrated before his mother. "Mother, whenever you summon me, I shall come to see you. Until then, grant me the freedom to pursue my penance," he said. With these words, the layers of snow disappeared, and the veil of darkness melted away. Satyavati bid farewell to both her husband and son and returned home, where she resumed her life without arousing any suspicion about the grace of Parashara. However, she was deeply affected by the divine fragrance that now emanated from her body. The miraculous transformation bestowed upon her names such as Gandhavati and Yogagandhi, signifying her newfound celestial scent. Meanwhile, Krishna Dvipayana, having departed from his mother, dedicated himself to the sacred division of the Vedas, undertaking rigorous tapadiksha for the welfare of the world. He also composed the Ashtadasa Puranas, 18 great scriptures. Now, he was ready to proclaim the legendary story of the Mahabharata. Janamejaya Maharaj. Your most sacred Kaurava dynasty, including the noble Pandavas, has flourished gloriously. Listen with great attention to the epic tale of these great Indian heroes, he announced, marking the beginning of the grand narrative of the Mahabharata. With the divine birth of Krishna Dvaipayana, later known as Veda Vyasa, the wheels of destiny began to turn. His wisdom shaped the very foundation of Dharma, and his epic, the Mahabharata, became a guiding force for generations. Meanwhile, Satyavati, now blessed with an eternal fragrance, remained unaware that her fate was bound to the future of the great Kuru dynasty. As we move forward, the grand narrative shifts to the royal halls of Hastinapura, where the lineage of Bharata takes center stage. Kings and sages, bound by destiny and divine will, weave a tale of power, ambition, and duty. From the mighty king Shantanu, whose choices would shape an empire, to the birth of two great lineages, the Pandavas and the Kauravas, this chapter sets the stage for an era of conflict, valor, and destiny. Stay with us as we journey deeper into this legendary saga, where honor and betrayal, righteousness and ambition, all collide on the path to the greatest war ever fought, the Mahabharata. Kaurava dynasty order. Janamejaya eagerly asked, "O Sarvagatika, tell us about our Kaurava dynasty, which is as vast and deep as the ocean of gems, Ratnakara." Vishampayana began his narration, saying, "O king, the lineage of the Kauravas traces back to Aditi, the daughter of Daksha. Through Kashyapa, she gave birth to Vivasvanta, whose son was Vivasvata Manu. This great Manu had 50 sons, among whom Vena, 10 other sons, and a daughter named Ila were prominent. Among his descendants, Purarava, the son of Chandra, the moon god, carried forward the lineage, giving birth to 6 sons, one of whom was Swaraba. In this noble lineage, Narasha emerged as a mighty ruler, becoming the sovereign of all 4 directions, upholding Dharma, and establishing the grandeur of the Kuru dynasty. History of Yayati. Janamejaya asked Vaishampayana, "O sage, why did King Yayati marry a Brahmin woman? Isn't that against Dharma? Tell me the story." Vishampayana began his narration. "O king, you know that Shukracharya, the teacher of the demons, possessed the knowledge of Rita Sanjivani, a divine science that could bring the dead back to life. At that time, the ocean had not yet been churned for nectar, and the gods had no means to revive their fallen warriors in battles against the demons. Fearing that Shukracharya's wisdom would make the demons invincible, the gods sought a way to learn this knowledge. They chose Kacha, the intelligent son of Brihaspati, and blessed him, saying, 'Dear one, you are even wiser than your father. Go to Shukracharya as a disciple, serve him, and acquire this knowledge. Especially, win the favor of Devayani, his beloved daughter, for she holds great influence over her father. May you succeed.' Taking his parents' permission, Kacha set forth. Shukracharya was residing with the demon king Vrishabhava. Kacha humbly bowed before him and said, 'Guru Dev, I have come to serve you as a disciple. Please bless me with your knowledge.' Shukracharya, honored that the son of Brihaspati sought his guidance, agreed. Kacha diligently served his guru and his daughter Devayani, bringing her rare fruits and flowers whenever he ventured into the forest. Over time, Devayani grew fond of Kacha. However, the demons saw Kacha as a threat. One day, while tending Shukracharya's cattle, they killed Kacha and tied him to a tree. When the cows returned without him, Devayani grew worried and told her father. Shukracharya, using his divine vision, discovered what had happened and revived Kacha with Rita Sanjivani. The demons, undeterred, killed Kacha again, burned his body to ashes, mixed it in Shukracharya's drink, and made him consume it. When Kacha once again went missing, Devayani wept bitterly. As Shukracharya regained consciousness, he realized that Kacha was inside him. Outraged by the demon's trickery, he cursed alcohol, declaring it impure. He then revived Kacha, instructing him to cut open his stomach and emerge. Kacha, unwilling to kill his guru, refused. Shukracharya, moved by his devotion, taught him Rita Sanjivani and ordered him to use it to bring him back to life after emerging. Kacha did so, reviving Shukracharya. Upon completing his studies, Kacha prepared to leave. Devayani stopped him, confessing her love and asking him to marry her. Kacha refused, saying, "You are the daughter of my guru, and I am like your brother. How can you ask this of me?" Hurt and enraged, Devayani cursed him, declaring that Rita Sanjivani would never work for him. Kacha, in turn, cursed her, saying she would never marry a Brahmin. He then departed for heaven. Sometime later, Devayani and her friends, including Sharmishta, the daughter of King Vrishapava, went on a picnic. As they played in the water, a gust of wind blew their clothes away. In the confusion, Sharmishta mistakenly wore Devayani's sari. Devayani, insulted, lashed out at her. Enraged, Sharmishta pushed Devayani into a well and left her there. King Yayati, who was hunting nearby, heard Devayani's cries. He pulled her out, and in that moment, Devayani declared, "Since you have saved me, you are now my husband." Yayati, surprised, replied, "You are a Brahmin girl, and I am a Kshatriya. This union is against Dharma." However, Devayani reminded him of her curse and insisted that only Shukracharya's approval mattered. She took Yayati to her father, who blessed their marriage. Meanwhile, Devayani complained to her father about Sharmishta's actions, demanding justice. Vrishapava, fearing Shukracharya's wrath, agreed to Devayani's demand. Sharmishta would become her maid. Devayani married Yayati and took Sharmishta with her. Over time, Devayani and Yayati had 2 sons, Yadu and Tivasu. However, one day, as Yayati passed by Sharmishta's garden, she expressed her love for him. Yayati hesitated, recalling Shukracharya's orders, but Sharmishta argued that in certain situations, breaking a promise was not sinful. They secretly married and had 3 sons, Druhu, Anu, and Puru. When Devayani discovered this, she was furious and reported it to her father. Enraged, Shukracharya cursed Yayati, saying, "Since you could not control your desires, you shall become an old man." Yayati pleaded for mercy, arguing that he had not strayed from Dharma. Shukracharya relented slightly, allowing him to exchange his old age with one of his sons. Yayati asked his sons, but Yadu, Tivasu, Druhu, and Anu all refused. Only the youngest, Puru, willingly accepted the burden. Yayati, regaining his youth, indulged in worldly pleasures until he was finally satisfied. He then returned Puru's youth and declared him his heir, cursing the other sons and their descendants to lesser fates. He justified his decision, saying, "A son who disobeys his father has no right to inheritance." Even though Puru is the youngest, he has proven to be the worthiest. After crowning Puru, Yayati renounced the world and performed penance for 1,000 years, eventually ascending to the heavens. There, he was honored by the gods and sages, residing in Brahmaloka for many kalpa before returning to Indraloka. The king of gods asked him, "O king, what morals did you teach Puru when he ascended the throne?" And thus, Yayati imparted the wisdom of Dharma, responsibility, and the impermanence of worldly pleasures to his son, ensuring the prosperity of the Kuru lineage. The moral teachings given by Yayati to Puru. All the ethics and morals taught in India are prescribed by the Vedas. It is because of him that India became the 5th Veda. Therefore, I am writing some of those ethics here. Editor K. Rama Sastri. One should listen to the stories of great souls who were enlightened and liberated. One should sit in the assemblies of good people and learn the ethics and subtleties of Dharma. It is not enough to merely know these teachings, one must practice them, for knowledge without application is useless. Charity should be given to those who are deserving, and one should not rely on begging for survival. If a guest arrives hungry, he should be given food according to one's capacity. One should always speak sweetly and moderately so that words are both pleasant and beneficial. Words hold great value at the right time. One should not associate with wicked people who hurt others with harsh words. Compassion, truth, peace, and sincerity should be upheld firmly in the mind, while internal enemies like lust, anger, greed, delusion, and jealousy must be overcome. A person who has conquered these inner foes will find it easy to overcome external enemies. This was the moral guidance Yayati imparted to Puru. When Indra asked Yayati, "Did you perform meritorious deeds to enjoy such pleasures in the heavenly world?" Yayati proudly responded, "I have performed such great penance that even the sage Surasura could not accomplish, and thus, I have enjoyed these divine pleasures." Seeing his pride, Indra became angry and declared, "Your merit is exhausted. You will no longer be able to enjoy the pleasures of heaven." He ordered Yayati to descend to the netherworlds. Yayati, unwilling to return to the mortal realm, pleaded, "Allow me to stay in a land of good men in space." Indra granted his request. When Yayati arrived in the good land, he was welcomed by his grandsons, Ashtaka and Saibai Munagavratani, who greeted him with reverence, saying, "We are your grandsons. Yayati blessed them and, in response to their inquiries, shared his wisdom on the investigation of good and evil, the nature of different births, and the rules of the caste system. After spending time in their noble company, he ascended to higher realms alongside his grandsons, journeying through the worlds of reward and punishment. History of the Kaurava dynasty. Vaisampayana narrated the history of the Kaurava dynasty to Janamejaya. O king! Among the sons of Devayani and Sharmishta, the Yadava dynasty was founded through Yadu, while the Bohra dynasty emerged through Druhu. The Mleka dynasty flourished due to Anuvu, and the Paurava dynasty arose through Kuru. Later, this Paurava dynasty became renowned as the Kaurava dynasty. O Janamejaya! Kuru had a son named Janamejaya, and he, in turn, took the name Anantadevi and had a son named Prachisha. Prachisha fathered Ashmoki by Ativa, and Ashmoki, who married Varanga, had a son named Ahamiti. Ahamiti married Bhanumati, and their son was Sarvabhauma. Sarvabhauma begot Jayatsena by Sunandal, and Jayatsena had a son named Avachin by Susravasa. Avachin had a son named Adihu through a concubine named Mariada. Adihu's wife was Anji, and their son was Mahabhauma. Mahabhauma married Ayuthanika, and their son was Kamadevi, whose son was Akradana. Akradana's wife was Karamba, and they had a son named Devatidi. Devatidi married Lakshmi Mariada, and their union resulted in the birth of Risika. Risika had a son named Riksha by consuming the sacred water of Sadisha. Riksha married Daksha's daughter, Walla, and they had a son named Matinar. Matinar's beauty enchanted the goddess Saraswati, who took human form, married him, and gave birth to a son named Ilil. Ilil later married a beautiful woman named Radhantari, and their son was Dushyanta. The story of Shakuntala Dushyant. One day, while ruling a vast and powerful empire, King Dushyanta went hunting in the forest with his retinue. As he advanced ahead, killing many wild animals, he came across a river and saw the hermitage of the great sage Kanva on its banks. Entering the hermitage to meet the sage, he was warmly welcomed by a maiden of extraordinary beauty. She informed him that Sage Kanva had gone to the forest to gather fruits and invited him to sit. Dushyanta, realizing she was unmarried, asked about her lineage. She introduced herself as Kanva's daughter. Surprised, he questioned how a perpetual celibate like Kanva could have a daughter. In response, she narrated her story, saying that she had once overheard Kanva recounting her birth to a visiting sage. She explained that during King Vishwamitra's penance to attain Brahminhood, Indra, fearing his ascetic power, sent the celestial nymph Manaka to distract him. Manaka, while plucking flowers, had her garment dislodged by the wind, revealing her beauty. Enchanted, Vishwamitra succumbed to desire, and they lived together for a long time, eventually having a daughter. Manaka abandoned the infant on the banks of the Malini River before returning to heaven, while Vishwamitra, realizing his lapse, resumed his penance. Birds, Shakuntas, protected the child from wild animals, and when Sage Kanva found her while bathing in the river, he took her in and raised her as his own, naming her Shakuntala after the birds that nurtured her. Hearing this, Dushyanta, realizing she was of noble birth and sensing her affection for him, said, "O beautiful one, these simple garments do not befit your beauty. Marry me and share the pleasures of royalty." Shakuntala replied, "If my father consents, I shall become your wife." Dushyanta, invoking the legality of Gandharva marriage among Kshatriyas, convinced her to marry him immediately. Shakuntala agreed on the condition that the son born from their union should be crowned king. Dushyanta solemnly swore to uphold this promise, and after enjoying their time together, he assured her that he would soon send his ministers to escort her to his palace. He then departed. When Sage Kanva returned, he immediately understood what had transpired through his divine vision. Rather than being angered, he reassured Shakuntala, saying, "My child, you have chosen a worthy husband. The son in your womb will be strong and renowned, bringing great glory to our lineage." Shakuntala was overjoyed. She carried the pregnancy for 3 years and eventually gave birth to a son on an auspicious day. Kanva was delighted and performed the necessary rituals. The boy grew up strong and fearless, often playing with wild animals, even tying them to trees in the ashram. Witnessing his strength and dominance, the sages named him Savadamana, one who tames all. Realizing the time had come to present the boy to his father, Kanva called Shakuntala and said, "My child, it is not proper for you to remain here any longer. Go to your husband with your son." Blessing her, he sent her off with his ascetic disciples. Shakuntala, accompanied by them, arrived at Dushyanta's court and addressed him, "O king, you once came to the forest for hunting, where we were united in Gandharva marriage in Kamba's hermitage. This glorious son was born of our union. Fulfill your promise and crown him as your heir." However, to her shock, Dushyanta feigned ignorance and coldly replied, "Who are you? Where are you from? Go back the way you came without making baseless claims." Shakuntala, taken aback, tried to remind him gently, thinking he might have forgotten due to royal responsibilities. She appealed to him, saying, "O king, can a righteous ruler like you utter falsehoods? Can you call your devoted wife a liar? The Vedic scriptures declare that a father is reborn through his son. This son is yours, embrace him and rejoice. The heavens themselves have ordained his kingship. How can I, the daughter of Vishwamitra and Manaka, speak falsehoods?" Yet, Dushyanta continued to deny her, mocking her claims and accusing her of seeking recognition through deception. Heartbroken and humiliated, Shakuntala resolved to leave, praying to the divine for justice. At that moment, a celestial voice from the heavens proclaimed, "O King Dushyanta, Shakuntala is your rightful wife, and this boy is indeed your son. She is virtuous and speaks the truth. Accept them both." Hearing this divine affirmation, Dushyanta was overjoyed. He immediately rose from his throne, embraced his son, and addressed the court. "No one knew of my marriage to Shakuntala, as it was a Gandharva union. I did not reject her out of forgetfulness, but feared public slander. Now that the divine voice has revealed the truth, I no longer hesitate." He honored Shakuntala as his queen and formally named their son Bharata, crowning him as the heir apparent. Dushyanta ruled with Shakuntala for many years, enjoying both worldly and royal pleasures. In his old age, he passed the throne to Bharata and, along with Shakuntala, retired to the Vanaprastha ashram. Bharata inherited the kingdom and ruled with great wisdom, performing numerous sacrifices along the Ganges and distributing alms generously. His unparalleled virtue earned him everlasting fame, and his dynasty came to be known as the Bharata dynasty. His great-grandson was Hasti, after whom the capital city Hastinapura was named. Hasti's wife was Yashodhara, and they had a son named Vikunthaka. Vikunthaka passed away while his wife Sudeva was still pregnant. Their posthumous son, Ajamada, became a king and had 3 wives, fathering 124 sons. Among them, the most valiant, Samvarana, ascended the throne. Samvarana married Tapati, the daughter of the sun god, and their union gave birth to the great king Kuru. It was after Kuru's name that the Paurava dynasty, originally known as the Bharata dynasty, became famous as the Kaurava dynasty. The lineage flourished further, with Kuru's descendant Viduratha having a son named Anashva, whose wife Amrita bore Parikshit. Parikshit married Suyasa, and their son was Bhimasena, who, in turn, married Kumari and had Pratisravasa. Pratisravasa fathered Pratapa, whose wife Sunanda bore 3 sons, Devapi, Shantanu, and Balaku. The eldest, Devapi, renounced the throne and retreated into asceticism, allowing the second son, Shantanu, to ascend as king. With his younger brother Balaku's exceptional strength and valor as his support, King Shantanu's rule spread the glory of the Kuru dynasty far and wide, marking the continued prosperity of the lineage. Ganga Shantanu's meeting. King Shantanu ruled the vast Bharata kingdom auspiciously. One day, while hunting for pleasure, he grew tired and went to the banks of the Ganges to cool off. There, he encountered Ganga, who was wandering in human form. Enchanted by her beauty, he was instantly drawn to her, and she too felt the same attraction. However, recalling his father's warning, Shantanu remained silent despite his overwhelming desire. Sensing his thoughts, Ganga, the queen of pleasures, took the initiative and approached him, saying, "O king, I know your mind. I have no objection to uniting with you. However, you must follow my conditions. You must not ask me anything about my identity until I choose to reveal it, nor should you question or object to any of my actions. The moment you break this promise, I will leave you." Blinded by his infatuation and also bound by his father's words, Shantanu agreed to her conditions. He brought Ganga to his palace, where they indulged in the pleasures of love and royal luxuries. As time passed, his love for her deepened instead of waning. Eventually, Ganga became pregnant, carrying the child for 9 months, and at the right time, she gave birth to a son. Overjoyed at having an heir, Shantanu ordered grand celebrations. However, to his utter shock, Ganga took the newborn and threw him into the Ganges. The king was horrified and desperately wanted to question her actions, but he remained silent, fearing that if he spoke, she would leave him forever. He also remembered his father's words, which restrained him from reacting. Despite this act, Ganga's beauty and charm only grew, making her more captivating than ever. She continued to tease and flirt with the king, drawing him deeper into his love and desire for her. After a few years, she became pregnant again and gave birth to another son. Once more, she took the newborn and cast him into the river. Instead of showing remorse, she playfully threw herself into Shantanu's lap, laughing sweetly like a cooing dove, teasing and seducing him until he was completely lost in her allure. This pattern continued over the years. Each time Ganga bore a son, she would take the child and drown him in the Ganges. This happened a total of 7 times. Yet, despite witnessing these inexplicable acts, Shantanu remained helplessly enchanted by her. Her youth, beauty, and irresistible charm only seemed to intensify, making her even more alluring with each passing day. She captivated him with new forms of elegance and seduction, keeping him in a constant state of longing and passion, preventing him from questioning her actions or even considering letting her go. Shantanu attempting to stop Ganga. In the meantime, Ganga missed her period for the 8th time. As Shantanu aged, his desire for children grew stronger, and his overwhelming passion began to subside. He longed for an heir, determined not to lose another child. When Ganga gave birth to a male child once again, she prepared to take the newborn away as before. However, this time, Shantanu intervened and stopped her from leaving the palace with the child. Ganga burst into laughter and said, "O king, you have broken our agreement and obstructed me. Therefore, I must leave you now." She then revealed her true identity, declaring, "As everyone assumes, I am not a ruthless child killer. I am Ganga, the celestial river incarnate." She reminded Shantanu of the divine realm of Mahabharata and the events that led to her descent to earth. Shantanu, stunned by her revelation, asked, "Then why have you been killing our children?" In response, Ganga began narrating the story of the Vasus, explaining the divine reason behind her actions. The story of the Vasus. Ganga then began explaining the story of the Vasus to Shantanu. "O king, the 8 Vasus, along with their wives, once embarked on a luxurious journey and eventually arrived at the hermitage of Sage Vyasa. There, Kamtha, the most beautiful of the Vasu's wives, saw Vasishta's divine sacrificial cow, Nandini, and wished to gift it to her friend on earth. Overcome with desire, she persuaded her husband Dayuma, the chief among the Vasus, to steal it. The other 7 Vasus, out of loyalty, helped Dayuma in carrying out the theft. When Vasishta returned to his hermitage and found the sacred cow missing, he used his divine vision to uncover the culprits. Angered by their offense, he cursed all 8 Vasus to be born as mortals on earth. Upon realizing the gravity of their mistake, the Vasus rushed to Vasishta and pleaded for forgiveness. Moved by their prayers, the sage softened the curse. He decreed that the 7 Vasus who had merely assisted in the theft would perish as soon as they were born, returning to their celestial forms immediately. However, Dayuma, the mastermind behind the theft, would have to live a full life as a human before eventually attaining liberation. Desperate to escape their fate, the Vasus then approached me and begged, "O Divine One, please take human form and become our mother, granting us quick liberation according to Vasishta's decree. Only Dayuma shall remain on earth to fulfill his destiny." I agreed to their request, ensuring their release from the curse. That is why I bore 7 children before this one and cast them into the Ganges, freeing them from their mortal fate. But this 8th child, O King, is Dayuma. He is destined to live and achieve great things. I will not take his life. Instead, I will raise him and, when the time is right, return him to you. With these words, Ganga vanished, taking the infant with her, leaving Shantanu alone to reflect on the divine events that had unfolded before him. Ganga returns Shantanu's son. Shantanu spent 10 to 14 years in grief over the loss of Ganga. One day, while hunting near the banks of the Ganges, he came across a young boy practicing archery. To his amazement, the boy was constructing a bridge over the river using arrows. As Shantanu watched in awe, Ganga suddenly appeared before him and said, "O King, this boy is your son." Blessed is he who has learned the Vedas from Sage Vasishta and mastered Danavida from Parashurama. As I promised you that day, I have raised him and nurtured him into a great warrior. Now, it is time for you to take him back." Overjoyed, Shantanu embraced his son and took him to Hastinapura. He named him Devavrat, but he was also known as Gangeya because he was raised by Ganga, and as Shantanuputra because he was Shantanu's son. As years passed, Shantanu found Devavrat to be an exceptional warrior and a wise leader, and he eventually anointed him as the crown prince of Hastinapura. Devavrat followed his father closely in state affairs, diligently learning the responsibilities of governance and administration. Meeting of Satyavati with Shantanu. As the story goes, Shantanu, now relieved after reuniting with his son, went hunting one day along the banks of the Yamuna. While there, he was captivated by a mesmerizing fragrance that filled the air and wanted to find its source. As he followed the scent, he came across Satyavati, a woman of extraordinary beauty and divine fragrance. With eyes that dazzled like jewels, a mind-captivating presence, and a body exuding a scent as enchanting as sandalwood, she appeared like a celestial being. Overcome with emotion upon seeing her, Shantanu approached and asked about her origins. Satyavati, looking at him with a mix of awe and detachment, responded, "Why don't you go and ask my uncle?" Her words hinted at her reluctance, indirectly suggesting that he should speak with her guardian rather than addressing her directly. Understanding this, Shantanu made his way to Dasaraju's village, where he was received with great honor and respect. After the formalities, the king expressed his deep admiration and desire to marry Satyavati. Dasaraju, smiling knowingly, agreed to give Satyavati in marriage, on one condition: her future children must inherit the throne. This demand struck Shantanu like a cruel blow. As a righteous ruler, he could not commit an injustice by displacing his son, Devavrat, from the line of succession. Heartbroken and conflicted, he left without saying a word. However, even after returning to his palace, he could not forget Satyavati. The thought of her tormented him day and night, his heart consumed by longing like a fish caught in a net, unable to escape the poison of love. Devavrata's terrible oath. Devavrata was deeply saddened by his father's condition. Realizing the cause of Shantanu's sorrow through his inner circle, he immediately took action. Gathering gifts and honors, he went to Dasaraju, determined to resolve the matter. "Dasaraju, your grandsons will rule my father's kingdom. Please grant me your daughter as my stepmother," he pleaded. Dasaraju, smiling cunningly as if casting a net over calm waters, responded, "Prince, your devotion to your father is admirable, and you may renounce the kingdom. But what guarantee do we have that your future sons and grandsons will be as kind as you? What if they quarrel with my descendants over the throne?" Devavrata, unfazed, laughed like a fish escaping from a great net. "Dasaraja, I understand your concern. To ensure that my sons, grandsons, and their descendants never claim the throne or cause any conflict, I vow never to marry. I will remain celibate for life. Is that acceptable to you?" he declared firmly. At this tremendous vow, flowers rained from the heavens in divine approval. Satyavati's heart bloomed with admiration, the celestial Ganga roared in astonishment at her son's unparalleled sacrifice, and the gods rejoiced. This Devavrata has made an oath that no one, anywhere, can ever surpass. From this moment, he shall be known as Bhishma, proclaimed the celestial voice of Ambravani. Folding his hands, Bhishma addressed Dasaraju once more, "Now, please consider your daughter as my mother." Moved by his unwavering resolve, Dasaraju agreed, and Satyavati was sent to Shantanu as his bride. Bhishma, bowing with respect, led her back to his father. Shantanu, though overwhelmed with joy at having his wish fulfilled, was also struck with sorrow. He was torn between admiration for his son's sacrifice and the guilt of having caused it. He felt ashamed of his own desires, realizing the immense cost of his longing. Finally, he reached out to his son and spoke with deep emotion, "My son, the whole world fears death, but I grant you power over it. Death will not come near you unless you will it. I bestow upon you the greatest and most ancient boon, voluntary death." With this divine gift, Shantanu embraced Bhishma, his heart filled with both pride and sorrow, knowing that his son had chosen a path unlike any other. With the mighty vow of Bhishma sealing the future of the Kuru dynasty, Hastinapura stood firm under his guardianship. The kingdom, blessed by Satyavati's presence and Shantanu's rule, flourished. However, time waits for none. As the years passed, Shantanu departed from the mortal world, leaving behind a kingdom entrusted to Bhishma's unwavering dedication. Under Satyavati's guidance, her sons Chitrangada and Vichitravirya ascended the throne, but fate had its own plans. Tragedy struck as Chitrangada perished in battle, and Vichitravirya, the sole heir, met an untimely demise, leaving the throne without a direct successor. In the face of uncertainty, Satyavati turned to her hidden past, her eldest son, born before her marriage to Shantanu, the sage-born Vyasa. Thus began a fateful turn of events that would shape the future of the Kuru dynasty. From the sacred union of Vyasa with the widowed queens of Vichitravirya, 3 sons were born: Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura. Each child carried the weight of destiny upon their shoulders, and through them, the seeds of a great conflict were sown. As they grew, the halls of Hastinapura witnessed the rise of 2 great lineages, the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, the Kauravas, and the 5 sons of Pandu, the Pandavas. The rivalry between them would soon transform into a battle for supremacy, shaping the grand epic of the Mahabharata. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn, leading toward an inevitable war that would determine the fate of Bharatavarsha. Death of Shantanu and Chitrangada. Time passed, and after a few years, Satyavati became pregnant. In due time, she gave birth to a male child, and Bhishma organized grand celebrations throughout the kingdom. Shantanu, overjoyed at the birth of his son, named him Chitrangada. As he grew, Chitrangada flourished, displaying immense strength and valor. Not long after, Satyavati conceived again and gave birth to another son, whom the elders named Vichitravirya. However, soon after the birth of his second child, Shantanu passed away, leaving the kingdom in grief. Bhishma, fulfilling his duty, performed all the rituals, consoled Satyavati, and, following tradition, anointed Chitrangada as the king of Hastinapura. Chitrangada, possessing unparalleled strength and power, became arrogant, believing that no one in the 14 worlds could defeat him. Word of his pride reached the ears of Chitrangada, the king of the Gandharvas, who was displeased that a mortal shared his name and boasted of his might. Determined to challenge him, the Gandharva king sent a messenger to the earth with a message: "King, both of us bear the name Chitrangada, but I do not believe it is fair for us to share the same title. Moreover, I have heard of your arrogance regarding your strength and power. If you truly are the warrior you claim to be, fight me and prove your supremacy. Otherwise, change your name." Enraged by the challenge, Chitrangada of Hastinapura prepared for battle. In the sacred land of Kurukshetra, the 2 warriors clashed in a fierce duel. However, the Gandharva king, being a master of illusion and celestial warfare, overwhelmed the human king with his mystical abilities. Despite his might and courage, Chitrangada of Hastinapura could not withstand the Gandharva's illusory attacks and perished in battle. With his victory secured, the Gandharva king returned to his realm, leaving the Kuru kingdom mourning the loss of its ruler. Bhishma brings the daughters of the king of Kashi for Vichitravirya. With the death of Chitrangada, Bhishma, though still young, took control of the kingdom. With the guidance of experienced ministers and the support of his uncle Bali's wealth, Bhishma skillfully steered the administration of Hastinapura. As time passed, Vichitravirya grew into a young man, and the elders decided that it was time for him to marry. At that time, a Swayamvaram was announced for the 3 daughters of the king of Kashi, Amba, Ambika, and Ambalika. Determined to secure brides for his younger brother, Bhishma declared to Satyavati, "I will bring those girls for my brother," and set out alone in his golden chariot. At the Swayamvaram, amidst the gathered kings, Bhishma boldly seized Amba, Ambika, and Ambalika, placing them onto his chariot. His fearless act stunned the assembly. Addressing the king of Kashi, Bhishma proclaimed, "I am taking these princesses by my strength for my brother's marriage. If anyone wishes to stop me or claim them from me, let them try." In the Brahma and Prajapatya marriage systems, even Gandharvas and Rakshasas can claim a bride. Thus, what I am doing is dharma. If you have the strength, perform your dharma and challenge me. Enraged by Bhishma's words, the kings in the assembly attacked him with various weapons. However, Bhishma, the mighty warrior, single-handedly defeated them all, causing many to flee. Only King Sulva resisted him for a while, but he too was ultimately overpowered and forced to retreat under Bhishma's formidable threats. Ensuring that no one opposed his claim, Bhishma triumphantly brought the daughters of the king of Kashi to Hastinapura. Preparations were made for their marriage to Vichitravirya. However, before the wedding, the eldest princess, Amba, approached Satyavati and revealed that she loved King Salva and wished to marry him instead. Bhishma, unwilling to wed a woman who had already pledged her heart to another, decided against allowing her marriage to his brother. With Satyavati's approval, he respectfully sent Amba to King Salva. Amba, filled with hope, went to Salva, only to be cruelly rejected. Salva declared that it would be dishonorable for him to accept someone who had been won by another man. Heartbroken and humiliated, Amba returned to Hastinapura, seeking refuge and a new path. However, she was once again met with rejection. Neither Bhishma, Balika, nor Satyavati were willing to accept her into Vichitravira's marriage. Consumed by anger and despair, Amba confronted Bhishma and demanded, "Since my marriage was ruined because of you, it is now your duty to marry me." But Bhishma, bound by his vow of celibacy, refused. "I have vowed never to marry. Since you were already promised to another, I cannot wed you, nor can I force you upon my brother. My duty was fulfilled when I sent you to your betrothed. Now, your path is yours to choose," he said firmly. Overcome with fury and humiliation, Amba left Hastinapura, burning with vengeance in her heart. Death of Vichitravira. Vichitravira, who was married to the princesses of the kingdom of Kashi, became completely absorbed in their beauty and charm. He was deeply infatuated with their love and lustful desires, and the two queens, equally devoted to him, never left his side. Their days were spent in luxurious palaces, enchanting gardens, and pleasure-filled retreats, indulging in endless delights. The elders of the court, believing that marriage was meant for such enjoyment, chose not to interfere in their affairs. However, years of unchecked indulgence took a heavy toll on Vichitravira's health. He contracted a severe illness known as the royal malady, a disease that worsened day by day. At first, he ignored the symptoms, continuing his pleasures as usual. Later, when the suffering became unbearable, he hesitated to confide in his elders, ashamed of his excesses. By the time he attempted to restrain himself, the disease had already taken a firm grip on his body, spreading rapidly. Despite the relentless efforts of the kingdom's greatest physicians, wise elders, Bhishma, and other royal well-wishers, the illness only worsened. The once vigorous prince, now weakened and frail due to his unchecked indulgences, succumbed to his suffering, leaving the entire kingdom in sorrow. Without an heir, his untimely death plunged Hastinapura into a deep crisis, creating uncertainty over the future of the monarchy. Bhishma, ever dutiful, performed all the necessary funeral rites for his departed brother, even as the looming question of succession cast a shadow over the kingdom. Lineage protection. After much contemplation, Queen Mother Satyavati held a private discussion with Bhishma. "Ganjaya, you are well versed in Dharma, especially the intricacies of royal duty. I need not say much, but the responsibility of preserving the Bharata dynasty now rests upon you. A kingdom without a ruler will descend into chaos. In the past, our people placed their hopes on something, and you made a vow. But neither you, nor I, nor they foresaw the twists of fate that would bring our lineage to the brink of extinction. Therefore, let go of the past and heed my words. My son, take the throne," Satyavati urged. But Bhishma, unwavering in his vow, firmly refused. "Mother, I cannot reclaim what I have renounced. This kingdom is not meant for me, but for your descendants. I will uphold my vow, even at the cost of my life," he declared. Satyavati, determined, presented another argument. Then listened to another solution. "By law, the offspring of my daughters are also my descendants. Your brothers were of noble lineage, and their duty was to produce heirs. Yet fate has left us with no successor. Their wives have waited in vain for years. So, for the sake of the dynasty, let us seek another means to ensure its continuity." Before she could finish, Bhishma raised his hands in protest. "Shiva! Shiva! Mother, what are you saying? I have not only renounced the throne, but also the third Purushartha, worldly desires. I have sworn to remain celibate until death. Do not ask me to break my vow, for I cannot bear such words." Satyavati, desperate, pleaded, "Then tell me, my son, what is the solution? My elder son died unmarried, and my younger son died without an heir. Your father is long gone. What will happen to our royal lineage? If no successor is found, the world will blame me for its downfall. Do you wish for me to carry that burden?" Bhishma, deeply troubled, responded with humility, "Mother, your honor is of utmost importance. I too am tormented by the uncertain future of our family. We are in a dire situation. Rajmata, I am constantly searching for a path that aligns with Dharma and does not violate my vow. I believe there is a way, though I am uncertain if the elders will accept it. However, if you command me, I will proceed with my plan. Satyavati, sensing Bhishma's sincerity, replied, My dear, I trust you would never suggest anything against Dharma. I have no objection to whatever you propose. But now, more than personal choices, what matters is preserving our lineage. Speak your mind without hesitation. Divine Ritual. Bhishma spoke with conviction, Mother. When a royal lineage faced extinction, our ancestors followed a sacred practice known as Devaranyam, the justice of the gods. It is said that when Parashurama nearly wiped out the Kshatriya race, some Brahmins, with the permission of Kshatriya elders, upheld Dharma by blessing royal families with heirs. This was considered divine justice. Not only in times of crisis, but even otherwise, many kings have followed this practice. For instance, when King Bali was distressed over having no offspring, a noble Brahmin named Duga blessed his wife Sudeshna, and thus, their son Angaraja was born, ensuring the continuity of their lineage. Mother, you have urged me to seek a solution for the survival of our dynasty, and so I have shared this knowledge with you. But I cannot break my vow. If you approve of Devaranyam, then let a suitable Brahmin be called upon for this sacred duty. Satyavati remained silent for a long time, deep in thought. Bhishma, recognizing her serious contemplation, waited patiently for her decision. After some time, Satyavati spoke softly. Ganga's son, the upholder of Dharma, I must now reveal a great secret to you. Listen with a pure heart. Many years before I met your father, when I was rowing a boat across the Yamuna, a sage saw me and was overcome with desire. Despite my resistance, he insisted that fate had destined that moment. However, he blessed me so that my virginity would remain intact. My body, which once carried the scent of fish, was transformed by his divine boon into one that emitted a heavenly fragrance. That is why I was later called Gandhavati and Yojana Gandhi. That sage, after winning my consent under my conditions, spent time with me, and soon after, I conceived through Sajogarbha, instant conception. Before my very eyes, the child grew to the age of 12 within moments. Before leaving, he bowed to me and promised that whenever I needed him, I only had to remember him, and he would appear before me. My virginity remained untouched by his blessing, and even my father never questioned my absence or the change in my scent. His words about my transformation kept echoing in my mind. Now, instead of calling upon an unknown Brahmin as per Devaranyam, I wonder, would it not be better to summon my own son, the son of that great sage? Since he is born of my womb, the lineage will remain pure. When you speak of divine justice, I merely present this as an alternative. You must decide, she said, lowering her gaze. Bhishma, absorbing every word, looked at her with even greater reverence. Mother, your idea is noble. Who is this sage? What is the name of your son? If I am to seek him, I must know, he asked. Satyavati answered, the sage was Parashara. The son who was born from him is known today as Vyasa. His other name is Krishna Dwaipayana. Hearing these sacred names, Bhishma was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately prostrated before Satyavati and said, Mother, because of you, our lineage remains unstained. Just as my mother Ganga is pure, so too are you. Who could be more fitting for this duty than your own son, the great Vyasa? Call upon him, Mother. With his divine presence, the Bharata lineage shall flourish once more. With great reverence, he prayed for some time, urging Satyavati to summon her son. Vyasa performing the divine ritual. As soon as Bhishma expressed his acceptance, Satyavati summoned Vyasa, and he immediately appeared before his mother. Bowing respectfully, he greeted her and then acknowledged Bhishma, who, adhering to etiquette, quietly left the chamber. Once they were alone, Satyavati explained the purpose of her summons. She pleaded, My son, grant children to these royal widows who are in distress and longing for heirs. The dynasty must continue. Remembering his lineage from Vasishtha, Shakti, and Parashara, Krishna Dwaipayana agreed to her request. However, the Queen Mother remained deeply anxious about what was to come. That very night, Satyavati prepared her eldest daughter-in-law, Ambika, adorning her in the finest garments and jewelry, and sent her to Vyasa. However, in the dim glow of the temple chamber, Ambika was startled by Vyasa's fierce and ascetic appearance, his intense, piercing eyes radiating an unsettling energy, his half-clad form exuding a daunting presence, his long, matted locks resembling a burning flame, his elongated ears, and his formidable, knee-length arms. Overcome with fear, she shut her eyes tightly, unable to look at him, and kept them closed until Vyasa had left the room. The next morning, Vyasa returned to Satyavati and informed her, "Mother, a grandson of immense power and strength will be born, but due to his mother's reaction, he will be blind." Satyavati was deeply saddened by this outcome. "My son, the scriptures declare that a blind man cannot rule a kingdom. We must ensure the dynasty remains strong. Please try again with my younger daughter-in-law," she implored. Vyasa agreed. That night, Satyavati adorned Ambalika in the grandest attire and warned her repeatedly not to react in fear. However, fate had its way. As soon as Ambalika saw Vyasa's imposing form, she was overcome with fear, not shutting her eyes, but trembling uncontrollably at his unexpected and awe-inspiring presence. Her body quivered in terror throughout the encounter, and she remained in a state of shock until Vyasa had left the room. The following morning, Vyasa once again approached his mother. "Mother, this time, a grandson will be born with immense bravery, strength, and a royal bearing. However, due to his mother's reaction, he will be pale and weak in complexion," he declared. Bowing to her, Vyasa then took his leave and disappeared. Birth of Dhritarashtra, Panduraja, and Vidura. At the right time, Ambika gave birth to a blind, but immensely strong child. Although blind from birth, he was blessed with the wisdom of Sunishita. Some time later, Ambalika gave birth to a son with white hair, as radiant as the moon. Shantanu performed the birth rituals for the children. The blind child was named Dhritarashtra, and the pale-skinned boy was named Panduraja. As the days passed, Satyavati remained unsatisfied, as her eldest grandson was blind and the second suffered from a skin disease. Unable to let go of her concerns, she once again summoned Vyasa. Upon his arrival, Satyavati felt her worries ease and pleaded, "This time, I will take more precautions. Please grant me this one last request." Vyasa thought deeply before responding, "Mother, I cannot refuse you, but your daughters-in-law lack self-control. Whether in yoga or in pleasure, self-control is paramount. Without it, no effort will yield favorable results. This time, ensure your daughter-in-law is fully prepared." Satyavati agreed and spoke to Ambika, urging her to be composed and disciplined. Ambika, appearing humble before her mother-in-law, reassured her, "Yes, mother-in-law. I will not let your son face any difficulty." Satisfied with her response, Satyavati sent her away. However, Ambika despised Vyasa's presence, the intensity of his gaze, his unkempt appearance, and even his body's natural scent unsettled her. The very thought of enduring another night with him filled her with dread. Instead of obeying Satyavati's wishes, she devised a plan. That night, she secretly called one of her most beautiful maidservants, adorned her in the finest jewelry, and sent her in her place. Ambalika, who had rejected the great sage's union with royal disdain, saw no harm in allowing her maidservant to take her place. Unlike the queens, the maidservant did not recoil in fear. As soon as Vyasa entered the room, she embraced him with warmth and devotion. She looked into his eyes, held his hands, and intertwined her limbs with his, whispering the sacred Vedic mantra, Angadayangat Sambasi. She surrendered to him completely, without hesitation or fear, and served him with unwavering dedication throughout the night. As Vyasa crossed the threshold to leave, she stood by the doorway, her eyes filled with longing, unable to bear the separation. She pleaded, "Oh, great man! The night has just passed, will it be dark again? May I have another night like this, serving you, my lord? I have not faltered, I have done my duty. Are you truly leaving? Have I satisfied you, my beloved?" She looked at him with eyes full of devotion, her heart still reaching out to him. Vyasa left with a smile and met his mother. "Mother, your eldest daughter-in-law deceived you and sent her maidservant in her place. However, I found her worthy, and I accepted her. A great man is about to be born, a hero, a virtuous and wise man, an embodiment of Dharma itself. Do not neglect this child. He will possess the intellect of Jupiter, the righteousness of Dharma, and the strength of Yama. He will be unmatched in wisdom and integrity. But, mother, do not call me again for this divine duty. It is not right to ask for more than 3. With these words, Vyasa left, his voice tinged with finality. In due time, from the womb of that maidservant, a noble soul was born, Vidura, the embodiment of Dharma. Half of Yama himself had incarnated in this Shudra womb. Upon hearing this, the astonished Janamejaya turned to Vaishampayana and asked, how did the goddess of Dharma come to be born in the womb of a maidservant? What was the karma behind this fate? Tell me the story of Yama's curse. Vaishampayana then began narrating the tale of Yama's past and the curse that had led to this extraordinary birth. Mandavia's curse on Yamadharma. A long time ago, there lived a sage named Mandavia, who observed a vow of silence and performed intense austerities by standing on one leg. One day, thieves broke into the royal palace, stole valuable treasures, and fled. The king's soldiers pursued them relentlessly. In their desperation to escape, the thieves entered Mandavia's hermitage and hid themselves among the bushes. Shortly after, the soldiers arrived and questioned Mandavia about the thieves' whereabouts. However, as he had taken a vow of silence, he did not respond. The soldiers searched the ashram and eventually found the thieves along with the stolen jewelry. Assuming that Mandavia was their leader and merely pretending to be an ascetic, they arrested him and took him to the king. Unable to judge the situation properly, the king sentenced the sage to the same punishment as the thieves and had him tortured. That night, some sages, having heard of his plight, took the form of birds and visited Mandavia in his prison cell. They asked, Mandavia, you, who have performed such great penance, why are you suffering like this? Who is responsible for this? Despite his unbearable pain, Mandavia smiled softly and replied, isn't it true that no one suffers from another's karma? The suffering I endure now must be the result of a sin I committed in a past life. The prison guards, overhearing this conversation, immediately informed the king. Realizing his grave mistake, the king rushed to Mandavia, apologized, and personally removed the sharp thorn that had been driven into the sage's body, finally setting him free. Sometime later, Mandavia journeyed to Yamaloka and confronted Yama, the god of Dharma. Dhammamurti, he said, what is the reason for my suffering? What sin have I committed to deserve such a fate? Yama replied, O sage, in your childhood, you once pierced the body of a snake with a thorn, causing it great pain. As a result of that sin, you yourself suffered by being pierced with a thorn. You were freed only when the time of your punishment was completed. Mandavia was not satisfied with this answer. He retorted, how can you punish someone so severely for a small sin committed in ignorance during childhood? Childhood, from birth up to the age of 14, is a state of innocence where no actions should be counted as sins. If someone is punished for a sin committed in their childhood, then the burden of that sin will rest entirely upon the one who administered the punishment. From now on, Dharma should follow this principle. But for the minor mistake of my ignorant youth, you inflicted upon me a most terrible suffering. Because of this injustice, I curse you, and may you be born in a Shudra womb. Due to Mandavia's curse, Yama, who had been the ultimate judge of righteousness, was forced to take birth in the mortal world. As a result, a part of him was born in the Shudra lineage as Vidura, through Vyasa. Gandhari and Dhritarashtra's marriage. The people were delighted by Vaishampayana's narration and eagerly asked him to continue. Vyasa's disciple then resumed his storytelling. Bhishma, having learned everything through Satyavati, looked upon Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura with great affection. As they grew into adulthood, Bhishma increasingly relied on Vidura's wisdom and consulted him on all matters of importance. During that time, the kingdom of Gandhara was ruled by King Sabala, whose daughter, Gandhari, was renowned for her beauty and virtues. Bhishma decided to arrange her marriage to Dhritarashtra and promptly sent a proposal to Sabala. The king thought, what could be more fortunate than an alliance with the mighty Bharata dynasty? The only concern was that the groom was blind. When Gandhari learned that she was to be married to a blind man, she made a remarkable decision. She blindfolded herself permanently, declaring, I do not need a world where my husband cannot see me. She vowed never to set her eyes upon another man for the rest of her life. Her sacrifice and devotion were praised by all. Gandhari's marriage was soon finalized. On this occasion, King Sabala mentioned that he had 10 more daughters and proposed that they be married to Ambika's descendants. Bhishma agreed, and thus, Dhritarashtra married all 11 sisters at once. Later, Bhishma arranged for the marriage of 100 other princesses to Dhritarashtra as well. In addition to his many wives, Dhritarashtra also had an affair with a Vaishya woman. Despite his blindness, he led a prosperous life with Gandhari as his chief queen, and his lineage continued to expand. Kunti's story. Kunti Boha, the king of the Yadavas, had no children. Surasena, another Yadava king, had a son named Vasudeva and a daughter named Pritha. Since Boha was childless, Surasena gave Pritha to him to raise as his own. Due to her stay in Kunti Boha's house, she became known as Pritha Kunti. Boha ensured that Kunti was well trained in serving saints and sages. One day, the great sage Vyasa visited their house, and Kunti was assigned to serve him. She attended to him with utmost devotion, and when Vyasa was ready to leave, he was pleased with her service. As a reward, he bestowed upon her a powerful mantra, saying, "Dear girl, if you invoke any god using this mantra, he will appear before you and grant you a son with his divine qualities. However, use this mantra with great caution." Despite his warning, Kunti's curiosity got the better of her. She wondered if gods truly appeared when summoned and decided to test the mantra. One morning, without anyone knowing, she went to the banks of the Ganges, bathed in the river, and stood basking in the morning sun. She then used the mantra to invoke Surya, the sun god, and asked him to grant her a son like himself. To her astonishment, Surya immediately descended in human form, radiating a divine aura. Kunti was terrified upon seeing him. "Oh radiant one! I called you in haste. Forgive my impulsiveness. Please leave me, for I am still a virgin," she pleaded. The sun god smiled and reassured her, "Beautiful maiden, Vysa's mantra cannot go in vain, nor can my presence be without purpose. Fear not, for your virginity will remain intact. The son you receive will be of a virtuous race." With his divine blessing, Kunti bore a son of extraordinary beauty and strength. However, overwhelmed by fear and societal norms, she decided to abandon him. By Surya's grace, a golden casket appeared, and she carefully placed the infant inside it before setting it afloat on the river. She watched the casket drift away until it was out of sight, then sorrowfully returned to the palace. The golden casket floated down the river until it was discovered by Athirata, a charioteer in the service of King Dhritarashtra. Athirata and his wife, Radha, were childless, and upon seeing the infant, they considered him a divine gift. Radha, filled with motherly love, held the baby in her arms, and at that moment, her breast swelled with milk. They decided to raise him as their own and named him Vasusena because he was found in a golden vessel. In time, he became famous as Ikana. Kunti Swayamvaram, Madri's Kalyanam. After leaving the boy in the Ganges, Kunti gradually found peace. Due to the grace of the sun god, her virginity remained intact, allowing her to move forward in life without fear or concern. Since she had no known connection with Surya, King Kuntiboja arranged a Swayamvara for her. During the ceremony, she chose and married King Pandu. Later, Shantanu desired to arrange another marriage for Pandu. Upon hearing about the extraordinary beauty of Madri, the princess of Madra, he decided to make her Pandu's second wife. The wedding was conducted with the blessings of all the elders, and soon, King Pandu was enjoying a blissful life with both his wives, Kunti and Madri. King Pandu's world conquest journey. After enjoying the pleasures of youth for some time, King Pandu embarked on a grand conquest with a massive army. During this campaign, he defeated the king of Magadha, conquered the kingdom of Videha, destroyed the kingdom of Dashana, and established his dominance over Kashi. His victories extended to the lands of Sahaya and Pundraka, making the earth resound with the echoes of his triumphs. At a time when Bhishma and the Balakas were occupied with restoring order in the kingdom following the arrogance of Chitrangada, Pandu asserted his authority and subdued many who claimed independence. Not only did he reclaim the territories once ruled by Shantanu, but he also expanded the kingdom significantly. His conquests brought immense wealth, and he ensured that his elder brother, Dhritarashtra, distributed 100 horse-drawn chariots and donated 100,000 gold seals for a grand yagna. By doing so, he sanctified the land. Despite his military success and wealth, Pandu chose to place all his conquests under the rule of his elder brother and sought only the blessings of his elders, living a life of humility and duty. In the shadowed forests of Shatashranga and the grand halls of Hastinapura, destinies were being shaped by love, sorrow, duty, and divine intervention. These are the origins of the mighty Pandavas and the Kauravas, born not just of flesh and blood, but of vows, blessings, and celestial powers. From the moment Kunti invoked the gods with a sacred mantra gifted by Sage Vyasa, to the birth of Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, and the Ashwini twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, every chapter unveils a saga of miracles and fate. As joy filled the forest with each divine birth, turmoil brewed in the city. The arrival of Duryodhana, amidst ominous signs, sent ripples of dread through the wise and the elders. Yet, Dhritarashtra's love clouded reason. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, King Panda's tragic desire led to his downfall, and in an act of immense love and sacrifice, Marjorie embraced death by his side, entrusting her children to Kunti's care. This is the untold story of how Dharma, destiny, and devotion intertwined to lay the foundation for a war that would shake the very soul of Bharata. The sage's curse on King Pandu. While all this was going on, King Panda developed a desire to live in the forest in honor of his great-grandfather. Having spent years immersed in sacrifices and sacred rituals, he renounced worldly pleasures and set off to the forest with his 2 wives. There, he enjoyed the beauty of nature, wandered with his wives, relished the pleasures of forest life, and found happiness in the company of his consorts. One day, while out hunting, Panda aimed at a fierce animal but missed. The animal escaped, and despite his efforts, he failed to hunt anything that day. Irritated and disappointed, he roamed further into the forest. There, he came upon a couple engaged in intimacy. In a moment of thoughtless impulse, he shot an arrow at them. The couple fell to the ground, wounded and bleeding, but before his eyes, they transformed into a sage and his wife. Confused and shaken, Pandu approached them. The sage, now revealed to be Kimanda, addressed the king with sorrow and indignation, saying, "O king, I am the sage Kimanda, and this is my wife. We were indulging in mutual pleasures in the forms of deer. You, as a king, have the duty to hunt wild animals, and that is not to be blamed. But even the greatest hunters do not shoot at those who are weak, giving birth, sick, or engaged in the act of love. Such an act is a disgrace to a king who is the guardian of Dharma. Have you no shame in killing us in this state?" Pandu, attempting to justify himself, replied, "O sage, why do you blame me? For kings, hunting is not forbidden, whether it is done openly or through strategy. Even the great sage Agastya once offered wild animal meat to satisfy the ancestors. It was accepted and permitted that hunting wild animals was not a sin for kings. I have followed my duty and am not guilty." But the sage, enraged by Panda's defense, replied, "You speak of Dharma, but you are a fool. I was enjoying the natural desires that all living beings share. I was not violating Dharma. But since you struck me in this moment, I curse you. The moment you attempt to be intimate with your wife, you will die just as I have. Your fall will come as a result of your disregard for Dharma." With that, the sage and his wife died. King Pandu, devastated by what had happened, was filled with grief and guilt. What had begun as a journey of pleasure and escape ended in tragedy, and he withdrew from his desires, tormented by the realization that he had broken the sacred law. King Panda's Vanaprastha, desire for children. King Pandu, who could no longer enjoy marital bliss due to the curse, wished to accept the Vanaprastha ashrama and sent his physical strength back to Hastinapur. He also asked Kunti and Marjorie to return to the city, but they refused. They said, "The world is ours with you, why would we enjoy royal pleasures without you? Even in the forest, we would be happy with you." However, Pandu explained the reality of his situation and the curse he had received. Shocked at first, the sisters soon recovered and firmly insisted that they would not leave their husband under any circumstance. Seeing their determination, Pandu agreed to take them along and instructed them to inform the elders of his decision, sending only his physical attendants to the city. With Kunti and Marjorie, Panda journeyed north, abandoning the pursuits of Artha and Kama, 2 of the 4 Purusharthas. They spent some time on the Nagashruta mountain, then moved to the Chaitrarata forest, continued to the Kalakita and Gandhamadana mountains, crossed the Indradayamna lake and the Hamsakuta region, and finally settled in the northern part of the Satashringa mountain. There, they built a hermitage, and King Pandu immersed himself in intense penance. Time passed, and one day, Panda greeted a group of sages traveling on the heavenly path and asked them, "Sirs, where are you going?" The sages replied, "O ascetic, today is the new moon day. The gods, ancestors, and great sages are all heading to Brahmaloka. Panda wished to go with them and began preparing to follow their path with his wives. However, some others who observed this warned him, saying, "O ascetic! The most humble and pure women cannot walk this divine path. Moreover, do not aspire to such higher worlds when you are childless." Hearing this, Panda was deeply distressed. He explained his unfortunate fate and earnestly requested their blessings. Moved by his plight, the sages used their divine vision to examine his destiny. They said, "Pandu, the curse upon you is true, and so is the virtue of your birth. Yet, something about your fate is extraordinary. From the divine strength radiating from your wives, we see that you are destined to have children who will be like gods, resplendent and powerful. Our words will not be in vain. Therefore, abandon your current pursuit and instead focus on the possibility of such divine children being born. That is your true destiny." With these blessings, the sages continued on their way. Panda King encourages Kunti to have children. Though the sage had cursed King Panda that he would die if he engaged in intercourse with a woman, the king remained troubled, unable to understand how he could ever become a father. He pondered deeply and eventually found the answer in his own birth. Summoning Kunti to a secluded place, he gently said, "Pritha, the son born to a true wife by her own husband is ideal. But when that is not possible, Mana has said that a son born to a wife by the union with a virtuous man is also considered a legitimate son by Dharma. You are aware of the ancient saying, Apatrasia Gatia Nasti, there is no afterlife for the sonless. Therefore, to attain a higher world, one must have a son through a great and righteous man." At these words, Kunti was overwhelmed with emotion and burst into tears. She replied, "That is not the way. I cannot even imagine being with anyone other than you, my husband. To be with another man is a grave sin. I cannot commit such an act of passion. That is against the dharma of a housewife. It would destroy my chastity." After listening to her, King Panda gently began to explain again, saying, "My dear, you must understand that even disobeying your husband's word is not considered chastity. True chastity is not simply physical, it lies in intention and duty. Moreover, this practice of a woman bearing children through a noble man when her husband cannot is not new, it has existed in the past. Even today, in the northern lands of Kuru Bhumi, women live in such open relationships. I am not asking you to go against dharma or propriety. But if you reflect upon this deeply, you will see the reasoning. It is not a sin, but a path aligned with time, tradition, and righteous duty." Svetaketu's edict. If we trace back 5,000 or 6,000 years, it seems that women once lived with complete sexual freedom. After a woman had relations with a man, the relationship continued only if the man desired it, and not necessarily out of lust. Social constructs such as mother-in-law, son-in-law, or brother-in-law did not exist. In those times, a sage named Udalaka married a woman, and they had a son named Svetaketu. However, his wife continued to follow her free sexual instincts. One day, a man, driven by desire, forcibly took Udalaka's wife, not out of love or mutual will, but merely to satisfy his physical needs. Svetaketu saw this and tried to intervene, but his father stopped him, saying, "My dear son, even a woman who is not as submissive as a cow enjoys the right to sexual pleasure. This is the way of the world, this is her freedom." But Svetaketu could not accept such behavior. He rushed to protect his mother and brought her back. From that moment, he established restrictions on women's free sexual behavior. He reinforced the institution of marriage and laid down religious and moral duties, thus beginning the Vivaha Dharma, or the custom of marriage. Concepts such as adultery, the duties of a husband, and fidelity in marriage all originated from Svetaketu's reforms. The ethical and social norms followed by women today owe their origin to him. Until then, women lived according to their natural instincts. Even today, in the northern regions of Kuru Bhumi, many still live with that same uninhibited freedom. Among animals and birds, of course, such natural behavior continues unrestrained. However, King Panda clarified that he was not advocating for disobedience to the rules of the land or the times. "You know how I and my brother Dhritarashtra were born," he said. "After our father Vichitravirya's death, Maharshi Vyasa fathered us through our mothers under the sacred law of Niyoga Dharma. Now, I ask you to follow that same sacred custom. You may argue that our mothers submitted to that custom only because our father had passed away, but what am I now? A man cursed, burdened with 2 loyal wives, yet unable to continue my lineage. Kunti could no longer endure Panda's sorrowful words as he lamented the curse that denied him fatherhood. She ended the conversation for the time being, though his grief weighed heavily on her. Later, in solitude, Kunti sat down and deeply reflected on everything he had said. After much inner turmoil, she reached a decision. One day, finding King Pandu alone, she approached him with a quiet resolve, ready to fulfill his wish and ease his pain. Kunti told King Pandu about the mantra given by Vyasa. Kunti approached King Pandu and said, "Lord, before our marriage, Sage Vyasa once came to the Maharaja temple. He was pleased with the services I offered him and, in return, taught me a powerful mantra. He told me that if I sincerely recited this mantra and invoked any deity of my choice, that deity would appear and bless me with a child. He assured me that the Diparvam, the primeval force of creation, would be manifested through the deity who responded. I was overjoyed when I received it, and I truly believe that such a great Brahmin would never lie. Since you now earnestly desire children, I am willing to repeat that mantra for your sake. However, the choice of which deity to invoke is entirely yours. Whom shall I invite?" Hearing these words, King Panda was filled with immense happiness. He replied, "My dear, all the worlds are upheld by Dharma. Dharma is the foundation of all virtues, and its embodiment is the God of righteousness. I ask you, then, to invoke that very deity, Dharma himself. May he bless us with a son who is a true reflection of righteousness." Birth of Yudhishthira. Kunti, now a devoted wife longing to bear a child for her husband, recited the sacred mantra given to her by Sage Vyasa and invoked the deity of Dharma. In response, the god of righteousness, Dharma, appeared before her and blessed her by instilling his divine radiance within her. After the appropriate passage of time, on the first day of the bright half of the month of Ashvayuja, Kunti gave birth to a son. As the child was born, divine flowers showered from the heavens in celebration. A heavenly voice proclaimed, "This child will be a great scholar of Dharma, embodying the very essence of righteousness. He will uphold and rule the wheel of law, and his noble fame will sanctify his lineage. As strong as the mountain Meru, he will vanquish his enemies and earn glory throughout the world. He shall be named Yudhishthira." Overwhelmed with joy, King Pandu embraced his destiny. This divine child, born of righteousness and filled with virtue, came to be known as the King of Dharma Yudhishthira, the embodiment of justice and moral strength. The news that Kunti had given birth to a son soon reached Hastinapur, and it deeply saddened Gandhari. Though she had been pregnant for an entire year, she had not yet given birth. Gandhari, who had earlier received a boon from Sage Vyasa promising her 100 sons, felt distressed that her younger co-wife, who had entered the household after her, had already borne a child, while she remained childless. In her grief and frustration, Gandhari struck her own womb with both hands. As a result of this act, she delivered a single hard lump of flesh instead of a child. At that very moment, Sage Vyasa arrived unexpectedly and consoled her. He said, "You had asked for 100 children, and I blessed you for that. But you have acted in haste, and now this is the result. Still, do not worry, be patient." Vyasa then instructed, "Bring me 100 pots, ordinary vessels will do." Gandhari complied. Vyasa washed the lump of flesh with cold water, and miraculously, it began to divide on its own into 100 separate pieces. Each piece was placed in one of the 100 pots, and lids were sealed over them. Vyasa instructed them to keep the pots soaked in cold water, and with that, he departed. Birth of Bhimsena. They remained engaged in their duties until they found a way forward. Once that was achieved, life returned to normal, and King Dharma became occupied with his responsibilities. During this time, King Panda privately called Kunti and said, "My dear, there is an ancient saying, an eye is not an eye, a son is not a son. It means that having just one son does not fulfill our duty. Our royal lineage thrives on strength, and strength itself is embodied by the wind god, Vayu. Therefore, for the sake of our family's future, I request you to bear a very powerful son through the blessings of Aniladev, the wind god." Following this request, Kunti, who was committed to her vows, chanted the sacred mantra given by the sage and performed the necessary rituals to invoke the wind god. She worshipped him with proper devotion and procedure. The wind god, Vayu, was pleased and instantly responded. With great joy, the mighty deity deposited his divine energy into Kunti and departed. Kunti then carried this divine child in her womb for a full year. At the auspicious time when both Jupiter and the moon were in the zodiac sign of Leo, during the Mitra Muhurta on the Trayadashi Tithi, and when the sun was positioned at its peak, Kunti gave birth to a son. He was large-bodied, immensely powerful, and had a physique like the thunderbolt, Vajra. As soon as he was born, a divine voice echoed from the heavens, proclaiming, "This child possesses extraordinary strength. He will be one of the mightiest warriors in the world. He shall become great and world-renowned by the name of Bhimasena." Later, the sages residing on the Satashringa mountain gathered and performed the Jataka, birth, rituals for Bhimasena. Birth of Duryodhana. On the very day Bhima was born in the forest, Duryodhana was born in the city of Hastinapura, carrying the lineage of Kali. When this news reached Dhritarashtra, he was overjoyed. Immediately, he called Vidura and said, "My brother has had a son before me. So, he becomes the eldest in the Kaurava clan and, therefore, eligible for the kingdom. However, I see no fault in the case of Yudhishthira. Now that I too have a son, is there a chance that my eldest son might also inherit the kingdom?" Vidura and a few wise warriors stood quietly, exchanging glances, but said nothing. Just then, ominous signs began to appear. Jackals howled in all directions. Donkeys and owls shrieked with disturbing and terrifying cries, terrifying the people. Blood rained from the sky even though there were no clouds. Darkness engulfed the world for a while. Amidst these disturbing omens, a son was born to Dhritarashtra's Vaishya wife. That son, born of a different caste, was Yuyutsu, also known as a Karanika. After Duryodhana's birth, from the divided fragments of Gandhari's lump of flesh, one child was born each day. In this way, 100 sons and 1 daughter were eventually born from the pieces of flesh that had developed in 100 pots under Vyasa's guidance. These children, born to Gandhari, were known collectively as the Gandharashtras, 100 sons and 1 daughter, making them 101 in number. Including Yuyutsu, the Karanika son of the Vaishya wife, the total number of children was 102. Among Gandhari's children, the youngest was the daughter. Names of the Kauravas. When Vaishampayana narrated the story, King Janamejaya asked, "Please tell me the names of the Kauravas." Vyasa's disciple continued, "O Mahipala, know that the Gandharvas had 100 brothers and 1 sister. The eldest among them was Duryodhana, followed by Dusasana as the second. After them, in order, came Dasaha, Dusala, the only sister, Jalasandha, Sama, Sohu, Vindu, Anuvinda, Dudaha, Subahu, Duspradashana, Dimashana, Dimukha, Dashkana, Kana, Vivimsati, Vikana, Salasattva, Sulokana, Chitra, Upachitra, Chitraksha, Chiruchitra, Sawasana, Dimada, Duvibaha, Vivitsa, and others. These names represent the principal among the 100 Kaurava brothers born to Gandhari. Bhima falls on rocks. On the Shatashranga mountain, Bhima, the son of Pandu, who had been born in the forest, was once being carried to the temple of King Pandu, accompanied by his 15 sons. Along the way, a large tiger, mistaking the infant in Kunti's arms for a piece of meat, sprang forward to attack her. King Pandu, a great hero and skilled hunter, immediately sensed the danger and swiftly killed the tiger with his bow and arrows. However, Kunti, terrified by the tiger's sudden roar and assault, trembled in fear. In that moment of shock, baby Bhima slipped from her arms and fell onto the hard rocks nearby. Rushing to him in alarm, Kunti and Pandu were stunned to find Bhima not only unharmed, but smiling and cheerfully waving his arms and legs in the air. Astonishingly, the very force of his fall had shattered the surrounding rocks into pieces, leaving even Kunti and Pandu amazed by the sheer strength of their infant son. Overwhelmed with joy and pride at their child's thunderbolt-like power, the couple marveled at the miracle they had witnessed. Citizens request the king to abandon Duryodhana. many prominent figures of Hastinapur, including sages, earthly deities, respected elders, and other important citizens, gathered and approached King Dhritarashtra with the sacred Ganges in front of them to express their concerns. They spoke of the ominous signs surrounding Duryodhana's birth, pointing out that his arrival at an inauspicious time indicated the potential destruction of the world. Such a birth, they said, was a clear sign of disaster, and a person born under such circumstances should be abandoned for the greater good. They reminded the king, "You have 101 sons. It should not be difficult to give up just one for the safety of the rest." Quoting the wisdom of the elders, they said, "A single person may be sacrificed for the family, a family for the village, a village for the country, and even the country for the sake of the soul." Therefore, they pleaded with him, "Abandon Duryodhana alone. Spare the rest of your sons, save your family from destruction, and protect the people from disgrace." But Dhritarashtra, bound by his attachment and love for his firstborn son, remained silent. He could not bring himself to make such a sacrifice. His silence spoke volumes. And as he remained unresponsive, unwilling to part with Duryodhana, everyone, realizing that the blind king could not see reason, departed, their hearts heavy with worry. The emergence of Arjuna. After learning that his brother-in-law Dhritarashtra had 100 sons, King Panda desired to have another son, one as mighty as Indra, the ruler of the three worlds. With that wish in his heart, he began to meditate on Amarendra and undertook intense penance. He instructed Kunti to also undergo a rigorous year-long penance. Indra, pleased by the extraordinary devotion and spiritual strength of King Pandu, appeared before him. Standing on one leg and radiating divine brilliance, Indra said, "King, your devotion has enlightened your soul. A son will be born to you who will be the slayer of all enemies, dear to all, invincible, and immensely powerful." With that blessing, Indra disappeared. Overjoyed, King Panda summoned Kunti and said, "My beloved, invite Indra for my sake. May you bear a son equal to him in strength and glory. Grant me this blessing." Kunti obeyed his wish. Having completed her year-long penance, she invoked Indra by chanting the sacred mantra. Indra arrived, smiling, and bestowed upon her his radiant energy, powerful enough to rule the three worlds. He said, "Pritha, you shall bear a son," and then vanished. Soon after, Kunti's womb stirred with divine energy. As a goddess, she began to utter strange celestial sounds. Months passed. In the month of Falguna, under the star of Falguna, Kunti gave birth to a radiant male child. Flowers showered from the heavens. A voice from the sky declared, "This child will become a hero capable of even defeating Lord Shiva. He will flourish under the name Falguna." The good and noble people rejoiced. Apsaras danced, Gandharvas sang, and the season of spring painted the world in color. O people! That Falguna is none other than your great-grandfather, Arjuna. Because he was born under the star of Falguna and to Pritha, he was also called Partha. Birth of Nakula and Sahadeva. The eldest wife, Gandhari, had become a mother to 100 sons, while her co-wife, Kunti, had already given birth to 3 sons. Left childless, Marjorie, feeling lonely and saddened like an orphan, approached King Panda one day in solitude and expressed her sorrow. She said, "Being a co-wife, it may seem like a favor to ask, but please request Kunti to teach me the mantra too." Pandu, deeply moved and saddened that he had not considered Marjorie's feelings until then, consoled her and promised to speak to Kunti. After a few days, noticing Kunti still in a state of thoughtful silence, Panda gently brought up the matter. "My desire for children is not yet fulfilled. I have already troubled you 3 times. Oh, Marjorie," he said, and whispered the truth into Kunti's ear. Kunti, with a kind and open heart, agreed and taught Marjorie the sacred mantra. Marjorie then invoked the Ashwini Kumaras, the twin divine physicians, with her incantation. Pleased with her devotion, the Ashwini gods blessed her, and through their grace, Marjorie gave birth to twin sons at once. Kunti was amazed by Marjorie's intelligence and fortune in bearing 2 sons simultaneously. O Janamajaya! The twin sons born from Marjorie's womb would later be known as Nakula and Sahadeva. Upon hearing the joyous news of the birth of the Pandavas, Vasudeva, the brother of Kunti, Pritha, was elated. As their maternal uncle, he sent his priest, Kashyapa, to the Shatashringa mountain with priceless gifts to bless them. Gradually, all the appropriate Vedic rituals, including the Chalopanyayana, ceremonial shaving and initiation into learning, were performed for the sons of Pandu. Under the guidance of sage Kashyapa, the Pandavas began to study the Sama Veda. King Pandu, having fulfilled his duties as a father, remained calm and spent his days in continued penance and peace. Death of King Pandu. Marjorie was the most beautiful of Pandu's 2 wives. One day, while Kunti was in the hermitage worshipping a Brahmin, King Pandu took Marjorie with him to admire the beauty of the surrounding forest. It was springtime, and the forest was in full bloom, lush, fragrant, and enchanting. Marjorie was adorned with various sweet-smelling flowers, and her beauty overwhelmed Pandu. Captivated by her charm, his heart filled with desire, and he longed for union with her. Marjorie, however, refused, reminding him of the sage's curse that foretold death upon intimacy. But fate intervened. Pandu, unable to restrain his emotions, ignored her warnings and embraced her tightly. Though Marjorie resisted, she could not stop him. Overcome by passion, Pandu broke the curse's condition and died instantly. Marjorie, stricken with grief, cried out in pain. Hearing her cries, Kunti rushed to the scene and found Marjorie weeping bitterly, lying upon her husband's lifeless body. As Kunti prepared to ascend the pyre and follow her husband in death, Marjorie stopped her. "It is I who caused his death," she said with sorrow. "Therefore, I must accompany him. You are the elder and the rightful one. Please raise my children as your own." With these final words, Marjorie joined Pandu on his funeral pyre and gave up her life, choosing to follow him in death. In an age when the lines between gods and mortals blurred, the fate of a great dynasty was set into motion. Born into freedom, love, and divine favor, Kunti carried a powerful secret, an ancient mantra that could summon the gods themselves. At the command of her cursed husband, King Pandu, she invoked the deities one by one, giving birth to sons blessed by Dharma, Vayu, and Indra, Yudhishthira, Bhima, and Arjuna, warriors destined to shape history. Not far behind, Pandu's second wife, Marjorie, sought the same divine grace. Through the Ashwini twins, she gave birth to Nakula and Sahadeva, completing the Pandava lineage. But while joy filled the forest hermitage, dark omens plagued Hastinapura. Gandhari, grieving over her delayed motherhood, gave birth to Duryodhana amidst howling jackals and blood rain, a warning ignored by the blind King Dhritarashtra. As destinies diverged, Pandu's inner storm grew. One fateful spring day, overcome by desire and forgetting the curse that bound him, he embraced Marjorie and fell lifeless in her arms. Stricken with guilt and grief, Marjorie followed him into the flames, entrusting her sons to Kunti's care. These are the beginnings of the greatest epic ever told, of divine births, shattered vows, and the making of warriors. This is the rise of the Pandavas and the fall of King Pandu. The sages take the Pandavas to Hastinapura. The 3 Kanthyas and the 2 Madrayas, all 5 Pandavas, are being raised by Kunti. The people of Shatashringa endured the hardship. The Pandavas, taking the Panchoka and Kunti with them, went to Hastinapura. They also took the ashes of Pandu with them. The civic body of Karanagara rejoiced to see the Pandavas. The people, who were like young lions and child gods, were filled with respect for them at first sight. The sages met the elders, Bhishma. They asked Dhritarashtra about everything that had happened. Ambikaya. 17 days ago today, King Pandu went to his ancestral home. Goddess Marjorie has gone with her husband. Kunti is alive to take care of the children. Here is Kunti. Here are the 5 Pandavas. Here are the bones of King Pandu, they said, and returned to their homes. After the sages had returned, Dhritarashtra, with Yudhishthira as the leader, performed all the rituals for King Pandu with all kinds of royal honors. He also performed many charitable deeds. Satyavati, Ambika, Ambalikala Paramapadayatra. Satyavati Devi was deeply saddened by the death of King Pandu. Vyasa, her son, gently consoled her, saying, "Mother, there is no use in grieving. Know that this life is fleeting and temporary. You will have to face many more sufferings in the future. As the saying goes, the past was good, the future is content, but the coming days will be full of misfortune." All righteous deeds will be destroyed, and the terrible age of Kali will soon arrive. Listen to this secret, all the sons of Dhritarashtra are thugs. Because of them, the Kaurava clan will ultimately be destroyed. You will not be able to bear witness to such devastation. Therefore, hear my words, take your daughters-in-law and go away to a life of austerity. Realizing the wisdom in her omniscient son's words, Satyavati first consulted privately with Ambika and Ambalika. With their agreement, and after obtaining permission from Vidura, Shantanu's son Dhritarashtra, she set out on a pilgrimage. Thus, Satyavati, along with Ambika and Ambalika, left for the sacred lands of penance, and in due course of time, all three of them attained the supreme state. Childhood sports of the Pandavas and Dhritarashtra. The Pandavas were growing up in the palace of Dhritarashtra without any lack or hardship. Ambikeya Dhritarashtra, without making any distinction between his own sons and the sons of his younger brother Pandu, treated all of them with equal respect as princes of the Kuru dynasty. After their return to Hastinapur, all the Vedic rites were once again performed for the Pandavas. Together with the Kauravas, the Pandavas grew up playing, singing, and dancing. Among them, Bhima stood out for his massive appetite and strength. He was fondly called a Rishthabhojan because he consumed the most delicious food in large quantities, and Avrikadara as his stomach was said to be like that of a wolf, huge and insatiable. During the games between the Kauravas and Pandavas, Bhima would often overpower the Kaurava brothers. He would catch them with his powerful hands and knock their heads together. At times, he would throw 10 or 15 of the strongest Kaurava brothers to the ground at once, grab their legs, and spin them before slamming them to the earth. Even during bath time, Bhima would gather 5 or 6 of the Kauravas at a time and dunk them into the water for fun. While they were climbing trees and playing, Bhima would kick the trees down with his immense strength, causing the Kauravas to fall along with the fruits and flowers. Though these were merely playful acts stemming from Bhima's youthful energy and immense power, they planted a deep and burning hatred in the heart of Duryodhana. From that point onward, Duryodhana was filled with a desperate desire to somehow eliminate the mighty Bhima. Duryodhana's plans to kill Bhima. Duryodhana, who harbored a deep grudge against the Pandavas, conspired with the wicked Shakuni to destroy them. Acting on Shakuni's schemes, Duryodhana built peculiar houses made of silk and cloth near the sacred Pramanakoti Tirthayam on the banks of the Ganges, under the pretense of organizing a water sports event called Udakakradanam. He invited the Pandavas to participate. During the games, Bhima, exhausted and fast asleep, was secretly thrown into the Ganges. However, upon awakening, Bhima easily broke the ropes binding him and surfaced unharmed. The next day, another plot was hatched. Bhima was targeted again while sleeping, this time with venomous snakes sent to bite him. But Bhima awoke suddenly and killed all the serpents. When that too failed, they made a third attempt by poisoning his rice. Again, after eating the poisoned food, Bhima was tied up and cast into the river. As he fell into the Ganges, he descended into the realm of the Nagas. The poison was neutralized by the sacred touch of the water, and Bhima effortlessly broke free from the knots. The Nagas, alarmed by an outsider's presence, attacked him, but Bhima killed them all. When the serpent king Aryaka, who was the grandfather of Surasena, Kunti's father, heard of the stranger, he came and was overjoyed to recognize Bhima as his great-grandson. Moved by this bond, Aryaka ordered his Nagas to give Bhima a divine amulet and a special elixir. Bhima drank 8 pots of the powerful juice, one after another, and slept for 8 days straight, regaining his strength. On the 9th day, he woke up, adorned in white clothes and garlands gifted by Aryaka. The Nagas gently lifted him and placed him on the banks of the Ganges. Quietly, Bhima returned to the city. Kunti and Yudhishthira, who were already worried and searching for him, rejoiced at his safe return. Bhima recounted the entire incident to his mother and elder brother. Yudhishthira, wise and composed, advised, "Don't tell anyone about this, act as though nothing happened." Kunti too instructed him to obey his elder brother and maintain silence. Despite repeated attempts, Duryodhana's plots to destroy the Pandavas continued to fail. As days passed, Bhishma, seeing the time was right, appointed Kripacharya and Dronakarya to train both the Kauravas and Pandavas in the art of warfare and weapons. Introduction of Kripa and Dronakarya. Kripacharya was the son of the great archer Sharadvan and learned the art of archery from his father. Due to his long-standing association since the days of King Shantanu, Bhishma appointed Kripacharya as the royal guru and gave him a place in the court of Hastinapur. Meanwhile, the great sage Bharadwaja was once moved by the sight of a celestial woman and released his seed in a moment of passion. He preserved this seed in a sacrificial vessel called a drona. From that vessel, a child was born, and Bharadwaja named him Drona. Bharadwaja raised the boy himself. As Drona grew up, Drupada, the prince of Panchala, came to study under him, and the two became close friends during their time as students. Eventually, Drupada completed his education and returned to Panchala, where he became king. Drona, on the other hand, deepened his learning by studying under sages like Agnavesha and Parashurama, mastering the arts and sciences. He married Kripi, the sister of Kripacharya, and began his life as a householder. They had a son named Ashwathama. However, though Drona's knowledge was vast, he lived in poverty, struggling to sustain his family. Seeking help, he decided to approach his old friend Drupada, hoping for support. But Drupada, now a king, insulted Drona, calling him a poor Brahmin and denying their past friendship. Crushed by the humiliation, Drona, deeply wounded, left Panchala. He took his son Ashwathama and a few belongings, including his sacred fire offerings, and sought refuge with his brother-in-law, Kripacharya, in Hastinapur. Drona removes the ball of the princes that fell into the river. One day in Dhritarashtra's kingdom, while the Pandavas and Kauravas were playing ball, the ball accidentally fell into a deep river. The group of princes grew anxious, unsure of how to retrieve it. At that moment, Drona, who had come to the area for a picnic with his bow and arrows, noticed the children in distress. He consoled them and confidently said he would retrieve the ball using his arrows. Drona first shot an arrow that pierced the ball. Then, with remarkable precision, he shot another arrow that struck the head of the first one. Continuing this process, he fired a sequence of arrows, each perfectly aligned to create a chain. Finally, the last arrow reached his hand. As he gently pulled it out, the connected arrows and their strings followed one after another, bringing the ball back from the river. Amazed by this incredible feat, the children led Drona to the palace. Bhishma, who had already heard of Drona's reputation, welcomed him with honor, offering him the ceremonial Argyapadyas. After listening to his full story, Bhishma sighed deeply, recognizing his brilliance. He gifted Drona a large collection of bows and appointed him as the Astrakarya, the master of weapons, for the Kuru and Pandava princes. From that day forward, Drona officially became the royal instructor in weaponry for the children of Hastinapur. Love for Partha, Ashwathama Aluka. One day, Drona gathered all the princes and posed a challenge: "My dear students, after completing your education, is there anyone among you who can fulfill my most difficult wish? Will you fulfill it?" All the princes remained silent, hesitant to respond. But Arjuna stood up confidently and declared, "You are a teacher like Parashurama. If it is by your grace, then no matter how great the wish is, I shall fulfill it." Drona's heart melted at these words. He embraced Arjuna warmly and blessed him. At that time, Radheya, Karna, too, was studying along with the sons of Dhritarashtra. Even during that phase of education, Karna harbored a grudge against the sons of Pandu, especially Arjuna. As a suitor's son, Karna persistently tried to outdo Arjuna in skill and power, and due to this competitive spirit, Dhritarashtra's affection for Karna only grew stronger. Naturally, Arjuna, being diligent and highly disciplined, earned the admiration of all the teachers and the people with his talents. Alongside Karna, another who nurtured envy toward Arjuna was Ashwathama, the son of Drona. He too aspired to be the greatest archer. In his jealousy, Ashwathama approached the cook one day and instructed him to never serve Arjuna food in the dark, believing that any discomfort might slow Arjuna's progress. However, one fateful night, a strong gust of wind blew out the lamps while Arjuna was eating. Yet, Arjuna continued to eat effortlessly in complete darkness. That moment sparked an idea in his mind: if I can eat in the dark without needing light, then surely I can also practice archery in the dark. Inspired, Arjuna began training in pitch darkness, sharpening his skills beyond ordinary limits. Hearing the sounds of his bowstrings in the dead of night, Ashwathama realized that surpassing Arjuna was an impossible task. Deeply moved by Arjuna's devotion, relentless practice, and natural brilliance, Drona made a solemn promise that no archer in the world would ever surpass Arjuna. Ekalavya Parkuna. Ekalavya was the son of Hiranyadanva, the king of the forest tribes, Nishadas. Thirsty for knowledge and valor, he once approached Dronakarya seeking to learn archery. However, Drona refused to teach him, believing it inappropriate to train someone from the Nishada community. Without harboring any resentment, Ekalavya returned to the forest and, driven by devotion, built an idol of Drona. Treating this image as his guru, he dedicated himself to mastering archery through intense concentration and discipline. In a short time, he attained extraordinary skill. One day, while Ekalavya was practicing, the Kuru princes arrived in the forest on a hunting trip, accompanied by hounds. The barking of one of the dogs disturbed Ekalavya's practice. In response, he shot 7 arrows that pinned the dog's mouth shut without causing it serious injury or death, just enough to silence and scare it. The terrified dog ran back to the princes, who were astonished by what had happened. Following the trail, they found Ekalavya and questioned him. He introduced himself, saying, "My name is Ekalavya. I am a disciple of Dronakarya." Disturbed by this, Arjuna later met Drona privately and reminded him of his earlier promise that no archer in the world would surpass Arjuna. He expressed concern that Ekalavya's skills now seemed superior. Hearing this, Drona visited Ekalavya with Arjuna. Ekalavya welcomed Drona with utmost respect and devotion. During their conversation, Drona pointed out, "Nishada, it is not right to claim me as your guru without my consent. However, if you truly see me as your teacher, then you must offer me a suitable guru dakshina." Ekalavya, without hesitation, agreed to give anything his guru desired. Drona then asked for the thumb of Ekalavya's right hand. In an act of supreme devotion, Ekalavya immediately cut off his thumb and offered it to Drona. With that act, his superior archery was effectively curtailed. Arjuna, recognizing this sacrifice and the favor it granted him, praised his guru Dronakarya with deep gratitude. Lakshya Shadi Pariksha Kumaresa Vijyapradan. One day, Dronakarya, wishing to assess the progress and focus of his disciples, arranged a special test. He had an artificial bird, known as a basim, crafted and placed it high on a tree. He then instructed the students to aim at the bird's eye. Each prince was tested, but only Arjuna succeeded in the challenge, displaying remarkable precision, focus, and unwavering concentration. A few days later, the much-anticipated astrology exhibition of the princes was organized. This grand event attracted not only the royal families, but also common citizens and prominent individuals of the city, all eager to witness what the royal students had mastered over the years. The exhibition began with the triumphant sound of victory bells. All the young warriors stood in rows according to their age. Each of them was a skilled archer, adorned in colorful, ornate armor. They wore specialized protective gear, arm guards and finger covers, crafted specifically for the fingers of their left and right hands, designed to aid in handling bows with precision and skill. Bhima Bakasura's duel. The exhibition began with the princes showcasing their skills in riding elephants and horses, followed by thrilling chariot races, demonstrations of speed, and artistic displays like painting. Then came the sword fighting events and exhibitions of hitting distant targets with precision. Many of the Kuru princes displayed their expertise in using various weapons like the Raza, Shakti, Kunta, Tamara, and mace. Next, Bhima and Duryodhana showcased their exceptional mace fighting abilities in a fierce and unprecedented display. However, tensions flared among the spectators, and two opposing groups began to form, prompting the organizers to stop the fight midway. Following this, it was time for Arjuna to demonstrate his mastery over various divine weapons. His performance dazzled the entire audience. But then, Radheya, Karna, who had long harbored rivalry towards Arjuna, stepped forward and challenged him. He claimed he could perform the same feats and proceeded to do so, stunning everyone present with his extraordinary skill. Duryodhana, who had admired Karna from the beginning, was overjoyed and embraced him with deep affection. He proposed friendship, which Karna accepted. Declaring his desire to duel Arjuna in front of the king, Karna was granted the opportunity, and arrangements for the duel were made at once. The duel quickly escalated into a serious, life-threatening battle. Kripacharya, a master of combat, observed until the rhythm changed, then intervened and halted the fight. He reminded everyone that an educational exhibition should not become a battleground. He then questioned Karna's right to challenge Arjuna, saying that a warrior's lineage and status were essential in a royal duel. Only a king should fight another king. Unable to reveal his suitor heritage, Karna stood silently, humiliated. Recognizing the situation, Duryodhana immediately crowned Karna as the king of anger on the spot. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Karna declared his unshakable loyalty and friendship to Duryodhana, vowing to share in his joys and sorrows. As the day came to an end, the exhibition concluded. The audience dispersed, some praising Arjuna, others marveling at Karna's prowess. Meanwhile, Kunti, upon seeing Karna shine with the natural glow of his divine armor, realized with deep emotion that he was the very son of the sun whom she had once cast into the Ganges. Secret affection stirred in her heart. Karna, though unaware, had become a mighty warrior, a close ally of Duryodhana, and a fierce threat to Arjuna. Duryodhana, reassured by Karna's strength, grew more confident, seeing in him a powerful weapon against the Pandavas. Arjuna brings Drupada captive. The next morning, all the princes, as usual, reached the hermitage of their guru, Drona. Gathering them, Drona made them sit and said it was time for their Guru Dakshina. The disciples responded in unison, "Guru Dev, tell us your wish, and we will fulfill it." Drona then said, "O heroes! Once, Drupada, the king of Panchala, insulted me with harsh words and humiliated me. As my Guru Dakshina, I ask that you defeat him in battle, capture him, and bring him before me." Immediately, the Pandavas and the Dhartarashtras set out on an expedition to Panchala, fully armed and with chariots. The Kauravas were the first to attack Drupada, but he defeated them all with ease. Their army, now scattered and humiliated, joined the Pandavas, murmuring "Gol Gol" to save face. Yudhishthira, seeing the situation, remarked, "Whether we are beaten or our men are beaten, it is the same. If he has already struck one blow, we do not need to face another." At that moment, Arjuna blew his conch shell in readiness. With Bhima and Nakula guarding his flanks, Arjuna drove his chariot straight towards Drupada. In the ensuing battle, Arjuna unleashed a powerful assault, slaying Drupada's elephants, horses, infantry, and scattering his forces. He fought fiercely against all of Drupada's warriors and quickly defeated Ashwasena. He made Satyajit, Drupada's younger brother, metaphorically drink the waters of 3 ponds, symbolizing total defeat. Amazed by Arjuna's skill in swordsmanship, Drupada engaged him in a direct duel. Arjuna, holding his bow in a circular arc, struck Drupada fiercely and made direct contact. Drupada, astonished by Arjuna's archery, managed to break Arjuna's bow, but undeterred, Arjuna picked up a sharp sword and charged toward Drupada's chariot. In a swift and unexpected assault, Arjuna disarmed Drupada, broke his defenses, and forced a single cry from the king before capturing him. With their king defeated and taken prisoner, Drupada's army was thrown into disarray and scattered in fear. Drona severely rebukes Drupada and dismisses him. Partha brought the captive Drupada and placed him at Drona's feet, then bowed respectfully to his guru. Seeing Drupada in that condition, Drona recalled the harsh words once spoken by him and laughed mockingly. With feigned amusement, Drona said, "Who is this?" "Oh, Drupada, the great king? How unfortunate! Is this the fate that kings, proud and intoxicated by royal power, must suffer? Do I even recognize him now?" He taunted Drupada bitterly, recalling their past friendship, and continued to scorn him. Then, in an act that mixed vengeance with diplomacy, Drona divided the kingdom of Panchala into 2 parts. He retained northern Panchala for himself and returned southern Panchala to Drupada. After that, he addressed Drupada with feigned friendliness and bid him farewell. Though the incident ended there, in Drupada's heart, conflicting emotions brewed. He was deeply impressed by Arjuna's unmatched valor but continued to harbor intense hatred toward Drona. With this bitterness, Drupada departed. Meanwhile, Drona's admiration for Arjuna, who had lifted the burden of his humiliation and brought Drupada as a captive, grew immensely. Even Dhritarashtra was pleased and expressed happiness at the success of the mission. Crowning of Dharmaraja as a young king. The Kuru and Pandava princes were shining like radiant gems, glowing with the splendor of their youthful vigor. Yudhishthira, ever in the company of his valiant brothers, Bhima, Arjuna, and Nakula, shone like the sun, illuminating all four directions. Earning the admiration of the people, fearless before their enemies, and endowed with unmatched brilliance, the Pandavas steadily grew in strength and reputation. The fame of Bhima and Arjuna, known for subduing the fourfold army and defeating any opponent, spread far and wide like the reach of 1,000 palms. Though Duryodhana was respected by many, the deepest affection of the people was always reserved for the Pandavas. Observing all this, the blind king Dhritarashtra took note. He consulted with the elders and summoned learned Brahmins and divine sages. After honoring them and selecting an auspicious moment, he crowned Yudhishthira, the eldest of all the sons of his brothers, as the king of youth. Following this, Bhima and Arjuna, along with Nakula, set out in all four directions. Through war, diplomacy, and alliances, they gathered immense wealth and grain, returning with treasures that filled the coffers of the Kaurava Empire without sparing even an inch. Thus, though Dhritarashtra remained the nominal ruler due to his blindness, Yudhishthira took on the full responsibility of governance, ruling justly and winning the hearts of the people. Drona gives the Brahma-headed weapon to Arjuna. Even after attaining such a high status, the Pandavas continued to visit their guru, the Astrakarya Drona, every day, treating him with utmost respect and reverence. This devotion greatly pleased the Brahmin teacher. Among them, he held a special affection for the third Pandava, Arjuna, Sabyasachi, who had avenged his humiliation. One day, moved by this affection, Drona called Arjuna to his side in solitude and bestowed upon him a powerful divine weapon called the Brahma Sharam, along with the ultimate weapon of destruction. While handing it over, Drona cautioned him, "O son of Pritha, this supreme weapon is the most terrifying in existence. Never use it against ordinary humans. If used on those of lesser brilliance, it will engulf and burn the entire world. There will be no warrior who can stand against you. But if ever someone surpasses you, you may use it. There exists no other weapon, not even that of Yama, which can counter this." Having given the weapon, Drona then asked for Guru Dakshina. Arjuna humbly replied, "Whatever you command, I shall offer." Smiling gently, Drona said, "I desire nothing great, but only your welfare, O son of Kunti. Promise me this: do not ever come to fight against me in battle. That alone is enough." Arjuna, with deep respect, agreed to his guru's wish. The Kauravas' deviousness. Duryodhana could not bear the ever-growing bravery and valor of the Pandavas, the immense respect they received from the public, the support of the elders, and all the success that was falling into their lap. He was deeply saddened when Dharmaraja was crowned prince. Desiring to remove the Pandavas from his path and live a peaceful and prosperous life, Duryodhana consulted with Karna, Dushasana, and Shakuni. At that moment, Shakuni's minister Shaunaka, a highly cunning and experienced statesman, arrived. After hearing the entire situation, Shaunaka revealed his ruthless political philosophy: just as one gathers and burns the thorny trees of a village to ash, so too must popular enemies be destroyed. A corrupt king's policy is to eliminate even good people if they become a threat. A virtuous king must consider any strategy that eliminates the enemy as appropriate. He went on to explain for unethical strategies that should never be spoken or practiced. Later, Duryodhana met his father Dhritarashtra and expressed his burning jealousy toward the Pandavas, making it clear that he desired to rule the kingdom himself. He emphasized that public favor was crucial and that they currently lacked it. He proposed sending the Pandavas to a distant place, Varanavata, for a few years, stating that people are naturally content with what they regularly see. In the Pandavas' absence, the people would grow accustomed to the Kauravas, and through skill, oratory, and clever influence, the Kauravas could win their favor. Once their dominance over the kingdom was established, they could recall the Pandavas, at which point seizing power would be easier. Duryodhana then arranged for Shaunaka to speak directly to Dhritarashtra. Shaunaka, using his persuasive words, advised, "If you act with clever and crooked politics now, the entire Kuru kingdom will fall into your son's hands." Dhritarashtra, swayed by their deceitful words and blinded by his deep affection for his son, yielded to their plan. Duryodhana's conspiracy. Pandavas go to Varanavata. Dhritarashtra decided to send the Pandavas to Varanavata. To create eagerness in their hearts, many people began speaking to the Pandavas about the fame and beauty of that sacred city. Hearing praise of Varanavata from multiple sources, the Pandavas too developed a desire to visit it. When Dhritarashtra learned of this, he called them and personally praised the place, saying, "Children, I have no eyes. God has made me blind and deprived me of the opportunity to witness such a city. What a blessing it is for you to go and see it. Take your mother with you and stay there for a few years. Perform charity in that holy place without greed, and also make special donations." The Pandavas agreed and set off for Varanavata. Before their departure, Vidura approached Yudhishthira and quietly warned him, "Dharmaraja, be careful not to be harmed by poisonous weapons. If there are other special matters, I will inform you." Understanding the hidden message, Yudhishthira bowed to him in gratitude. Thus, on the 8th day of the month of Falguna, under the star Rohini, the Pandavas began their journey and reached Varanavata safely. Once their departure was confirmed, Duryodhana summoned his trusted minister, Purokanna, in private. He instructed him, "Purokanna, go to Varanavata ahead of the Pandavas. Construct buildings for them, especially a unique and deceptive house. Build it using lacquer, sal tree resin, ghee, and all other flammable oils, anything that catches fire quickly. Ensure that no one outside suspects anything. Make the house appear like a 4-chambered royal residence, far from the armory. Let the Pandavas settle there. Once they are comfortable, unaware of any danger, and asleep, set fire to the house and escape." Purokanna immediately departed on a chariot, posing as a guest, to carry out this plan. The Pandavas, who left Hastinapura on the 8th day of Falguna, reached Varanavata without trouble. They initially stayed in a temporary palace of their choosing. After a few days, Purokanna visited them and humbly requested, "I have built a beautiful 4-chambered palace just for you. I personally supervised its construction. If you were to stay there, it would suit your royal status perfectly." The Pandavas inspected the palace and were amazed by its architectural elegance. Heeding Purokanna's request, they shifted their residence to the newly built 4-chambered house. However, not long into their stay, Yudhishthira realized the truth behind Vidura's cryptic warning. From that moment onward, the Pandavas became vigilant. Every night, armed with weapons, they took turns guarding themselves in shifts within the house, ensuring their safety. Before they were the legendary warriors of Kurukshetra, the Pandavas were wanderers shaped by exile and flame. Born of gods but cast into the shadows by envy and betrayal, their journey began not in palaces, but in peril. Their childhood was marked by the fiery escape from the Laka Ilu, a palace of wax built to kill them. From there, they ventured deep into the forest, where fate tested them at every step. Bhima's strength first met the fierce Hidimba, a battle that ended in unexpected love. Soon after, his might was again tested against the monstrous Bakrasura, whose reign of terror was ended by a single warrior's justice. Their path led them to Panchala, where the brilliant Arjuna rose from anonymity to win Draupadi's hand in a Swayamvar that would shape the course of history. These early trials did not break them, they forged them. This was not just the childhood of kings, it was the making of legends, carved through courage, bound by brotherhood, and guided by Dharma. Lakshagruha. After some years, one day, a man arrived from Hastinapur and secretly met Dharmaraja in solitude. Introducing himself as a messenger sent by Vidura, he provided certain signs to prove his authenticity. Once assured, he delivered a grave warning: this Chatushala has been constructed using Laksha, Lak, and on the upcoming Krishna Chaturdashi, it will be set ablaze. All of you, asleep inside, will be consumed by that fire. He then revealed that he was an expert in digging tunnels and had been sent by Vidura to help them escape. With the consent of the Pandavas, he began digging a tunnel beneath the house. Bhima, with his great strength, took charge of clearing and securing the entire tunnel path, ensuring their means of escape from the deadly trap being laid for them. Burning of the Lakshagraha house. Whenever the Pandavas ventured out during the day or went hunting, a Bila woman was assigned to keep Kunti entertained. Unbeknownst to Kunti, she was a spy working for Purokanna. Once the Pandavas discovered her true identity, they stopped sharing secrets with their mother to ensure her safety. Eventually, the day of Krishna Chaturdashi arrived, the night chosen to burn down the Lakshagraha. That day, Kunti, the Pandavas, and their attendants conducted the Brahmin Samaradhana, offering fine food, mrishtana, to the Brahmins. After the ritual, they all pretended to sleep. In the third part of the night, Purokana got up and went to ignite the house. Meanwhile, the Bila woman came with her 5 children, Sutta Panchakam, ate heartily, and fell asleep inside the house. At that very moment, Bhima sent Kunti and his brothers into the tunnel and then personally set the house on fire before quickly entering the tunnel himself. By morning, the palace made of lacquer had burned to ashes. Among the charred remains were the corpses of Purokana, the Bila woman, and her children, so disfigured by the flames that people mistook them for the Pandavas and Kunti. The citizens mourned deeply, believing the Pandavas had perished. Word of their supposed death spread quickly, and Duryodhana was overjoyed. Dhritarashtra too felt pleased because of Duryodhana's joy, though he concealed his feelings and outwardly displayed sorrow. Vidura, aware of the truth, subtly warned Dhritarashtra, saying, "Do not cry too much. People may see through your act. Besides, I doubt the Pandavas would die so easily." Meanwhile, grand Uttara Kriyas, final rites, were performed for the Pandavas by the Kauravas, complete with ritual offerings and Nivapanjalas as per tradition. Bhishma, however, was overwhelmed with genuine grief. Unable to bear his sorrow, Vidura quietly approached him, addressed him as a father, and revealed the truth. Hearing this, Bhishma, who was born of Ganga, was filled with joy and congratulated Vidura for his wisdom and loyalty. The Pandavas had set the Lakshagraha ablaze and escaped during the night through the tunnel. The journey through the long, dark tunnel exhausted everyone except Bhima and Arjuna. When the others fainted from fatigue, Bhima lifted his mother and brothers on his broad shoulders and carried them out. They emerged on the banks of the Ganges, where a specially prepared boat named Kalasi, equipped with hidden machinery and sent by Vidura, awaited them. Remembering the signals Vidura had taught him, Yudhishthira recognized the boat and felt assured. After mentally offering his respects to Vidura, he and his family boarded the Kalasi. The boat swiftly and safely ferried the Pandavas across the Ganges to safety. Hidimbi envelops Bhima. After crossing the Ganges, the Pandavas journeyed deep into a dense and unforgiving forest where they could not find any roots to eat, sweet fruits, or even clean water to drink. Leaving Kunti and Yudhishthira resting together, Bhima ventured out in search of water. In the distance, he discovered a small reservoir and quenched his thirst using lotuses. Refreshed, he rushed back to his family, only to find that Yudhishthira, exhausted and drained, had fallen asleep on the hard forest ground. Analananda, another name for Bhima, seeing his mother and brothers in such a pitiful state, felt sorrow for their suffering. Not wanting to disturb their rest, he stood guard and kept vigil over them through the night. Unbeknownst to them, the forest was home to a fierce and powerful demon named Hidimba, who lived with his sister Hidimbi. The arrival of the Pandavas brought with it the scent of humans, which instantly alerted Hidimba. Driven by his hunger for human flesh, he called to his sister and said, "Ah! Some humans have entered our forest. Their scent is strong. Go, bring them here however you can." Obeying her brother's gruesome command, Hidimbi departed from their lair, using her magical powers to transform herself into a stunningly beautiful woman. Guided by the scent of the Pandavas, she quickly found them. However, upon reaching their resting place, something unexpected happened. Her heart, once fixed on the mission of death, was suddenly swayed. There, before her, stood Bhima, his massive frame, tight muscles, broad chest, long arms, and strong presence radiated unmatched power. His wide eyes, adorned with sleepless red lashes, drew her in like a magnet. The wind itself seemed to bend toward him, and she, too, could not resist. Struck by Kamadevas, Cupid's invisible flower arrows, the demoness was overcome with uncontrollable desire. She felt as though she had seen not a mortal, but a deity, a demon, or some mysterious force that ignited a fire in her soul. Completely captivated by Bhima's physical strength and heroic aura, Hidimbi was no longer the same. She burned with desire and obsession. She approached him slowly, spoke sweetly, and asked him everything about himself. In turn, she revealed everything about herself, her name, her brother's intentions, and their life in the forest. As a wild Rakshasi, she expressed her pain and longing without shame or hesitation. However, despite her prayers and pleas, Bhima did not accept her proposal. She continued to beg and try to win his heart through every means she could. Bhima kills Hidimbasura. When his sister, who usually returned quickly, failed to come back for a long time, Hidimba, driven by eagerness, hunger, and the scent of humans, rushed toward the place where the Pandavas were staying. There, to his shock and fury, he found Hidimbi lustfully gazing at Bhima. Outraged, he scolded her harshly, saying, "What is his caste and what is ours? He is a mere human, and we are Rakshasas, demons. Why would one of our kind stoop so low as to desire a man of such a different race? And since when does a girl get to fall in love like this? Isn't it disgraceful? If you liked him that much, you should have already killed and eaten him raw. Why are you instead calling him your lover? If you continue to act like a mad woman, be warned, I will kill you along with them." Terrified by her brother's threats, the Demonas, whose heart had already been stolen by the wind-born Bhima, Marutatmaja, cowered and clung to his feet for protection. This only fueled Hidimba's rage further. With a thundering roar, he tried to assert his dominance. Startled by the roar, Hidimbi held tightly onto Bhima's feet. Bhima, now angered by the disturbance, scolded her in a low, intense voice, "If you shout like that again, you'll wake my family. If you have any courage, face me directly, I will reduce you to dust right here. She may be your sister, but to me this girl is as low as my feet. If she even dares to come near me again, I'll tear your arm from your body." Though Bhima had warned him firmly, the fire of rage that had ignited within Hidimba was far from extinguished. "Then, let's decide," Hidimba said, and took Bhima a little distance away from where the Pandavas were sleeping. There, the two clashed in a fierce duel. What started as a confrontation quickly turned into a brutal battle. They attacked each other with powerful blows, hurled nearby rocks at one another, and even uprooted massive trees to use as weapons. With shoulders shaking and heads tossed in excitement, they fought ferociously. The mighty demon and the invincible warrior Bhima pushed the limits of combat. The commotion woke Kunti and the Pandavas from their sleep. Hidimbi, who was nearby, humbly bowed before Kunti, feeling like a scolded child, and explained everything that had taken place. After hearing her, they all rushed to the battlefield. Observing the fight, Arjuna teased, "Brother, what's the matter? You look tired. Or are you just pretending? Why don't you take a break? I'll finish him off." Provoked by his words, Bhima's anger flared even more. In a surge of rage, he killed Hidimba and flung his body away. Kunti, Yudhishthira, Arjuna, the twins, and even Hidimbi praised Bhima for slaying the demon. Surprisingly, Hidimbi, instead of mourning her brother, felt her love for Bhima deepen. She approached Kunti and Yudhishthira and humbly asked them to grant Bhima to her. Kunti began to reflect on her request. She remembered that when Arjuna was 14, their father Panda had died. By the time they returned to Hastinapur, Yudhishthira was 16, Bhima was 15, Arjuna 14, and the twins were 13. They had lived in Hastinapur for 13 years and spent another 6 months in Varanavata. Now, years had passed, and none of the Pandavas had children. Yudhishthira was nearing 30, and Bhima a year younger. As a mother, Kunti had not thought much about it before, but now she saw no harm in Hidimbi's desire for a child. She consulted Yudhishthira, a man of Dharma, who smiled and agreed. He encouraged Bhima, who in turn said he would stay with Hidimbi only until she had a son. Hidimbi joyfully agreed, and Bhima took on the form of a Gandharva. Hidimbi brought an apple and wildflowers, sat humbly at Bhima's feet, and said, "Dora, I am a wretched woman by fate, but I have found you here. Whatever I have done before, I do not know your mother or father. My brother's name was Hidimbasura, and as his younger sister, I am called Hidimbi. But my real name is Kamalapalika. Oh my life, my soul! This Kamalapalika offers you her first worship. May you reign supreme." With those words, she lovingly scattered the flowers at Bhima's feet. Everyone was pleased upon hearing her true name. The name Kamalapalika, so sweet and heartwarming, rolled gently from Bhima's lips, sealing a moment of joy, unity, and new beginnings. The Pandavas' residence in Ekachagripa. Kunti and the Pandavas, now disguised in Brahmin attire, took shelter in the humble home of a Brahmin in the city of Ekachagripa. All 5 brothers, including Yudhishthira, who had once been the crown prince of the Kaurava kingdom, would go out daily to beg for alms in the surrounding Brahmin settlement. Kunti, managing the household with care, would divide the food her sons brought back into 2 portions. One part she reserved for worshipping the Brahmin host, and from the remaining part, she would split it again, one half going entirely to Bhima, owing to his immense appetite, and the other half being divided among herself and the other 4 sons. Thus, their days passed in quiet routine. One day, As usual, all the Pandavas except Bhima went out to beg, leaving only Kunti and Bhima at home. During this time, they heard sorrowful cries coming from the Brahmin household they lived in. Kunti immediately went over and gently inquired about the reason behind their grief. The distressed family revealed their plight. "Mother, a terrible demon named Bakasura has come to terrorize Ekachakripa. He is wreaking havoc in the city, and our king is powerless against him. So, the townspeople made a terrible pact with the demon. Every day, we must send him a cartload of food, 2 bullocks to pull the cart, and a human being to devour. If we fail to meet his demand on any given day, he threatens to descend upon the city and destroy it. We are willing to part with the cart and bullocks, but how can we send a human? The turn to send someone has fallen on us today, but we have only one son. His father insists on going in his place. I say I will go instead of sending either of them. Our son, in turn, says he will go, unwilling to see his parents die. But no matter who goes, the others will not survive out of grief. That is why we are crying. We don't know who among us should be sacrificed." Moved by their sorrow, Kunti gently consoled them. "Why be so troubled?" she asked. "You have only one son, but I have 5. One of them is exceptionally strong and capable. By fortune, he is home today. I will send him instead. You just make arrangements for the cart, the food, and the bullocks." Alarmed by her offer, the Brahmin family protested, saying, "How can we let you send your son to die after you've come to us for shelter? It is a grave sin to cause the death of a Brahmin's child. Please don't do this. If it comes to that, let the 3 of us go together and become the demon's food." But Kunti firmly reassured them, saying, "No, listen to me. You must trust my words. Prepare the cart and all the necessary items. My son will not die, he will put an end to this demon's tyranny. Only, please make sure that this does not reach the ears of others." Though still filled with doubt, wondering how any mother could send her son into such danger, the Brahmin couple followed her instructions. Bhima was unusually late in returning. He had delayed his journey intentionally. After stopping the cart near a reservoir opposite Bakasura's den, he sat down and ate all the food that had been packed for the demon. Meanwhile, Bakasura grew impatient and nauseated with hunger, as he was used to receiving his meal at the same time every day. Fuming with rage, he thought, "These people have grown arrogant. Do they think I'm not a demon? How dare they delay my food? Let me show them who I really am. I'll attack the village this very instant." Enraged, Bakasura stormed out of his cave and was shocked to find the food cart nearby, but what truly infuriated him was the sight of a human sitting beside it, calmly eating his food. "Hey! Naradama!" he roared furiously. But Bhima remained unfazed, continuing to eat without acknowledging the demon's anger. Bakasura then rushed at Bhima to stop him, but that was the final straw. The son of Vayu, Bhima, now enraged, lunged at Bakasura with his bare hands. A fierce and brutal battle broke out between the two. In this epic fight, Bhima fought not for personal glory, but for the welfare of all mankind. Ultimately, he killed Bakasura with his unmatched strength. The moment their leader fell, all the smaller demons and followers of Bakasura fled in terror. Bhima dragged the demon's massive corpse back to the village square and threw it down for all to see. Without waiting for applause or recognition, he quietly returned to the house where they were staying. The news of Bakasura's death spread like wildfire across Ekachakrapuram. However, apart from the Pandavas, Kunti, and the Brahmin family they were living with, no one knew who had defeated the fearsome demon. The villagers, though, rejoiced with relief, thankful that the curse that had plagued their land was finally lifted. They cut Bakasura's body into pieces and burned it in celebration. As the Pandavas continued living in Ekachakrapuram, one day some well-known Brahmins from various regions visited the house. During their conversation, they spoke of a significant event, a Swayamvara, self-choice ceremony, and dowry marriage being arranged for Krishna Devi, the daughter of the king of Panchala. The Pandavas were intrigued and surprised upon hearing of the unmatched beauty and virtues of Krishna, the Panchala princess. One of the learned Brahmins declared, "That child was born for Arjuna." This statement astonished the Pandavas and Kunti. Curious, they asked, "Why was that girl born only for Arjuna? Please tell us everything in detail." The Brahmin smiled and began to narrate the story behind Draupadi's birth and her destiny connected to Arjuna. Birth of Draupadi and Drishtadyumna. Drona, the son of the sage Bharadwaja, and Drupada, the son of King Prisata, were once close friends who studied archery together under the guidance of the teacher Agnavesha. Their bond was strong during their days as students. After completing their education, they each went their separate ways. Drupada inherited the throne and became king, while Drona led a life of poverty and hardship. Drona had a son named Ashwatthama, who grew up in such destitution that he was made to believe flour-mixed water was milk, as real milk was scarce. One day, moved by his son's suffering, Drona sought help from his old friend, Drupada. However, when he approached him, Drupada, now proud and powerful, mocked him. "What friendship can exist between a beggar and a king?" he said, denying ever knowing Drona, and accusing him of lying just to gain favors. Humiliated, but still holding on to the feelings of their former friendship, Drona silently walked away, though the sting of Drupada's insult remained etched in his heart. Later, Drona arrived at Hastinapur and became the royal guru for the Kaurava and Pandava princes. As part of his Guru Dakshina, the fee to be paid by the students, he asked them to capture Drupada and bring him before him. The Kauravas failed in this task, but Arjuna, the third Pandava and Drona's favorite disciple, succeeded. With his exceptional skill and bravery, Arjuna defeated Drupada in battle and presented him to Drona. Drona, acting like a Brahmin humbling a prideful king, chastised Drupada and reminded him of his arrogance. Though defeated, Drupada was deeply hurt and humiliated. Determined to exact revenge, he desired to have a son who would surpass Arjuna in archery and who could kill Drona. To fulfill this wish, he sought the help of a Brahmashi named Yaja. The sage performed a powerful ritual known as Kankshitha Siddhi for Drupada. From the flames of the sacrificial fire, a son emerged, Drishtadyumna, a warrior destined to kill Drona. Immediately after, a daughter was born, a celestial beauty with blue eyes, dark skin, and a fragrance like that of black lilies. Adorned with amethysts and resembling a lotus in grace and charm, she was a divine gift. As they appeared, a voice from the heavens proclaimed, "This boy shall be known as Drishtadyumna, son of Drupada, born to kill Drona. The girl, of the same age, shall be Drupada's daughter, known as Krishna, who will become the wife of Arjuna, and will bring honor to both families." Thus, the girl was known by several names, Drupada Nandana because she was the daughter of Drupada, Panchali as the princess of Panchala, and Yajnasini because she was born from a sacred sacrifice. The city of Kampilia, the capital of the Panchala kingdom, was vibrant with the grand festivities of the Swayamvaram festival. The Pandavas, still in disguise, were residing at the house of a Kumbhakara, potter. On the day of the Swayamvaram, they dressed as Brahmins and entered the grand assembly hall, seating themselves among the Brahmin community. The entire hall was a visual spectacle, filled with young Kshatriya princes from various kingdoms, each adorned in luxurious garments and fine ornaments, eagerly participating in the ceremony. It was the month of Pausham, during the bright fortnight, Shukla Paksha, on the 8th day under the star Rohini. On this auspicious day, Draupadi, the princess of Panchala, was to choose her husband in the Swayamvaram, and the atmosphere in the hall was electric with anticipation. At the center of the assembly stood an elevated stage where a mighty bow was placed, and above it hung a mechanical device shaped like a fish. Into this lively arena walked Drishtadyumna, carrying a garland of jasmine for the goddess descended to earth, along with his sister Draupadi, who was adorned with a white flower garland. Her divine beauty captivated the entire gathering, and even the disguised Pandavas were overwhelmed with excitement. Drishtadyumna addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "O warriors! Take this bow and use the 5 arrows provided to pierce the eye of the fish placed above through the small hole in the machine. He who achieves this shall win the hand of my sister." He further added that only those who were noble, virtuous, and immensely powerful could succeed in such a task requiring immense skill and strength. The assembly included many notable figures, Duryodhana and his followers, the 2 royal gurus, Drona and Kripacharya, along with Karna, Shalya, Sakuni, King Virata, and Jarasandha. Great warriors like Akrura, Satyaki, Sarana, Pradyumna, Kritavarman, Anirudh, Uyudhana, Samudrasena, and Shishupala were also present. Even Sri Krishna and Balarama graced the event with their presence. Amidst this grand gathering, Krishna spotted the Pandavas hidden among the Brahmins and discreetly pointed them out to his brother Balarama. As the auspicious music commenced, the kings approached the Matsya Yantra one after another to attempt the challenge. However, the bow was so massive and powerful that it hurled back anyone who tried to lift it with double the force. Many fainted, some were injured, while others gave up and became subjects of mockery for the crowd. The Yodava warriors refrained from attempting the challenge out of respect, as Krishna and Balarama were present. When Balarama prepared to participate, Krishna gently stopped him, saying, "Our brothers-in-law are here. They will handle it," and Balarama respectfully stood down. Karna, the famed archer, and Shalya, the valiant warrior, also stepped forward and approached the bow with great determination. Although Karna struck a dramatic pose and appeared ready to succeed, he ultimately failed to bend the bow and had to retreat, just as Shalya did. With each failed attempt, the anticipation in the hall only grew deeper. Arjuna striking the target fish. The Pandavas were seated quietly among the Brahmins in the assembly, observing the grand Swayamvara. At that moment, Dharmaraja gave a subtle signal to Arjuna. Understanding the gesture, Arjuna stood up and began walking confidently toward the stage where the yantra, the fish target, was set. His movement stirred a commotion throughout the hall. Some Brahmins murmured in disbelief, saying, "The royal princes themselves couldn't succeed. How can this man, seemingly weak and helpless, do it? Moreover, he isn't even a Kshatriya. Why should such a person have the right to attempt the challenge?" Others among the Brahmins responded wisely, "What does caste have to do with Veda? Are not Kripa, Drona, Bharadwaja, and Parashurama Brahmins as well, and still unparalleled warriors? If this man succeeds, he will become the king's son-in-law. If he fails, it is not a loss to us." The royal families watched the scene with skepticism, some even laughing mockingly at Arjuna's seemingly audacious attempt. But while the entire assembly was buzzing with doubt and whispers, Arjuna, Pratha, calmly approached the stage of the yantra. He remembered his guru and paid his mental respects. Gracefully, with practiced ease, he circled the bow and the arrows. All eyes were fixed on him in silent awe. Then, with great elegance, he lifted the heavy bow without hesitation, and as a gesture of reverence, he bowed slightly and symbolically kissed the weapon. He stood firm, aimed downward into the water's reflection to see the rotating fish above, and then, without faltering, released the arrow with impeccable focus. The arrow shot through the hole and struck the target perfectly. The yantra moved as intended, confirming the hit. A thunderous roar of applause erupted throughout the hall. Cries of admiration, praise, and astonishment filled the space. In that triumphant moment, Draupadi approached Arjuna and adorned his neck with the white flower garland, signifying her choice of him as her husband. Bhima and Arjuna challenged the Kshatriyas. The Kshatriya kings were furious that a Brahmin had won the royal bride while all of them, the mighty warriors, had been defeated. Enraged, they united and stormed toward King Drupada, intending to attack him for allowing such an outcome. Alarmed and fearful, Drupada sought protection from the Brahmin community. The Brahmins, loyal and courageous, came to the king's aid, arming themselves with Krishna spears and maces, and stood guard at the royal palace. Witnessing this escalating conflict, Arjuna stepped in to calm the situation. "Leave it to me. Watch my archery skills," he said confidently, and once again readied his bow. At that moment, Bhima uprooted a huge tree nearby, shook off its leaves, and stood like a wall of protection behind Arjuna. Watching the scene unfold, Balarama turned to Krishna and asked, "Shall we go and help them?" Krishna replied, "Brother, Arjuna is no ordinary man. He can handle this situation on his own. If there's ever a moment when he truly needs us, I will step in. Until then, let's admire the valiant glory of our armed sons." Bhima and Arjuna then charged into battle, pushing back the attacking Kshatriyas. Karna stepped forward to confront Arjuna, and Shalya engaged Bhima. As the fight intensified, the area transformed into a full-fledged battlefield. Karna was astonished by the sheer number of arrows Arjuna unleashed and exclaimed, "O Brahmin! None can match me in archery except Parashurama, Pakshasana, and Partha. Who are you? Tell me the truth." But Arjuna stood his ground and replied calmly, "Radheya, I am none of those you suspect. I am simply a master of this art." Karna, amazed by the Brahmin's brilliance, respectfully withdrew from battle. Meanwhile, Shalya was defeated by Bhima and retreated as well. Witnessing these feats, Duryodhana's warriors began to whisper among themselves. Who is this Brahmin who could stop Karna? Could it be Nitalaksha, Parashurama, or Falguna? But Falguna was burnt in the Lakshagriha. Who is he, they wondered. And who could defeat Shalya in wrestling other than Bhima or Balarama? But Bhima too was said to have died in the Lakshagriha. Is Balarama here? Who is this Vipra? Everything was confusing to them. Unable to comprehend the reality, they decided to wait until the identities of these men were revealed before taking any further action. At that point, Balarama and Krishna entered the arena. Addressing the crowd, they said, according to the rules, the heroes have won the challenge and rightfully taken Draupadi. It is not wise or intelligent to stir up conflict and hatred over this matter. With this, they began to dismiss the assembled kings, who then gave up their hostility and dispersed. Turning to Bhima and Arjuna, Balarama and Krishna said, now that everything is settled, you two should leave. Accordingly, Bhima and Arjuna, taking Draupadi with them, quietly left for their home, followed by Balarama and Krishna. Meanwhile, King Drupada, still curious about the true identities of these mysterious warriors, instructed his son Drishtadyumna to secretly follow Bhima and Arjuna and uncover their details. The Pandavas decide to marry Draupadi. First, Yudhishthira and Sahadeva reached the house, followed by Bhima and Arjuna, who brought Draupadi with them. Both Bhima and Arjuna bowed to their mother, Kunti, and said, "Mother, we have brought arms." Without seeing what it was, Kunti responded, "Share it equally among the 5 of you, Nayana." Upon hearing her words, everyone was stunned and unsure of what to do. Yudhishthira then thoughtfully addressed the situation and said, "Arjuna, you have won this woman with your extraordinary valor. Therefore, it is rightful for you to marry her." However, Arjuna did not accept this. He said, "Brother, how can I marry her alone? At the time of winning this woman, there was a fierce battle with the kings, and not just me, even Bhima fought alongside me. Moreover, I did not break the machine out of my own will but on your command. Therefore, it is you who should marry her." However, at that very moment, by divine influence, Draupadi seemed to stir the hearts of all 5 brothers. Each of the 5 looked at her simultaneously, and she, in turn, reconciled their 10 eyes with just her 2. Dharmaraja thought deeply and recalled what Sage Vyasa had once foretold. Realizing the divine will behind it, he declared, "Let all 5 of us marry Draupadi." Just then, Sri Krishna and Balarama arrived. They introduced themselves by their clan names and paid homage to Dharmaraja and Kunti. Kunti felt that setting foot in Krishna's house and seeing Krishna himself was a great blessing. Krishna and Balarama spent some time conversing affectionately with their newfound brothers-in-law and then took their leave. As soon as they departed, Drishtadyumna, who had been sent by Drupada to observe the mysterious warriors, arrived at the area in secret. He carefully observed their lives and reported back to his father. "Father," he said, "they live on arms, so they appear to be Brahmins. But all their talk is about warfare and strategy. They speak of nothing but battle. Our Krishna accepted only arms and slept on the hard ground behind them. There were 5 young warriors and an elderly woman with them." Hearing this, Drupada was convinced. The very next day, accompanied by chariots and attendants from all 4 castes, he personally went to invite the Pandavas to the royal palace. The Pandavas revealing their identity to Drupada. The next day, Drishtadyumna arrived with his royal entourage and formally invited the Pandavas to the palace. The Pandavas ascended Kshatriya chariots, and in a separate chariot, they made their mother Kunti and Draupadi ride. Upon reaching the palace and seeing the Pandavas alight from Kshatriya chariots, Drupada welcomed them with great joy. The king of Panchala honored them with many valuable gifts. The Pandavas accepted only the gifts suited for Kshatriyas and did not even glance at the rest. Their food and drink habits, too, reflected their Kshatriya nature. Observing all this, Drupada suspected their true identity but wanted to be sure. Humbly, he asked Yudhishthira about it. Yudhishthira smiled and said, "Do you still not understand, O king? Your wish has been fulfilled. The one who struck the fish target was Maghavasuta, Arjuna. The one who helped him in battle against the kings was Samiri, Bhima. These 2 valiant youths are sons of Madri, and the elderly woman you saw with them is our mother, Kunti. All 4 of them are my younger brothers." Drupada was overwhelmed with joy and experienced a divine bliss. Dharmaraja, Yudhishthira, then narrated the entire sequence of events, from their escape from the Lakshagriha, the house of Lak, to their arrival at Draupadi's Swayamvara. Drupada was so pleased that he began singing songs in celebration of Draupadi's marriage. Yudhishthira then declared, "All 5 of us will marry Draupadi." Hearing this, many of the royal relatives of the Panchala family murmured in doubt and disapproval. They questioned whether such a practice as marrying one woman to 5 men was even acceptable. Was there any precedent for such polygamy? At that very moment, sage Krishnadvipayana Vyasa arrived at the scene. After hearing their concerns and questions, he began to explain and address the issue. Panchendropakyanam. There was once a great sage named Maudgalya, whose wife, Indrasena, was exceptionally beautiful, youthful, and radiant like a lotus. Despite her physical allure, she was unmatched in her devotion to her husband. Unfortunately, Maudgalya was afflicted with severe leprosy that had made him terrifying to look at. Yet Indrasena, unwavering in her dharma, continued to serve him with utmost devotion, even vowing to eat only after her husband had eaten. One day, while Maudgalya was eating, his diseased thumb fell into the food. Indrasena, undisturbed, merely set it aside and consumed the leftovers. Pleased by her devotion, Maudgalya offered her a boon. Indrasena expressed her desire, saying, "Swami, my 5 senses burn with desire. Please transform into 5 young men and satisfy my longing. That is my only wish." Using his spiritual powers, Maudgalya transformed into 5 handsome youths and lived with her for a long time. Eventually, without even looking back at her, he resumed his ascetic life. Indrasena, consumed by insatiable desire, passed away in grief and longing. In her next birth, she was born as the daughter of the king of Kashi. Still overcome by dual emotions and intense desire, she remained a virgin. Frustrated, she devoted herself to severe penance for Lord Shiva. Pleased by her austerity, Shiva appeared before her. As she approached him in deep emotion, she cried out 5 times in one breath, "Patindehi! Patindehi! 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 Grant me a husband." Interpreting her plea literally, Shiva declared, "So be it. In your next birth, you shall have 5 husbands." The princess was surprised and clarified, "Oh Lord! I only asked once, though it echoed 5 times. I wished for 1 husband, not 5. But if that is your will, then please grant me special blessings, fulfillment of desires, eternal virginity, and bliss with each of my husbands." Shiva agreed and added, "Go now, and bring her to Indra." At that time, the princess of Kashi sat sorrowfully in the sky. Indra came to see her and inquired about her grief. She promised to tell him only if he followed her. He did, and they came upon a young man playing dice with his beloved. Though Indra did not recognize the young man as Shiva, he respectfully stepped aside. Angered by the arrogance in Indra's gaze, Shiva wished to humble him. He commanded Indra to remove the snow-capped peak nearby. As soon as he did, 4 other Indras, identical to him, appeared behind it. Shiva then said, "Indra, you and these 4 will now be born as humans on earth." Startled, Panchendropakyanam. There was once a great sage named Maudgalya, whose wife, Indrasena, was exceptionally beautiful, youthful, and radiant like a lotus. Despite her physical allure, she was unmatched in her devotion to her husband. Unfortunately, Maudgalya was afflicted with severe leprosy that had made him terrifying to look at. The goddess of heaven, Lakshmi, was born as Draupadi, the daughter of King Drupada. Sage Vyasa concluded the story and addressed Drupada, "Therefore, O king, set aside all doubts and perform Draupadi's marriage to the Pandavas." Drupada, now full of faith and joy, conducted the wedding with grandeur fit for the king of gods. First, Yudhishthira married Draupadi, followed by Bhima, then Arjuna, then Nakula, and finally Sahadeva. Thereafter, the Pandavas and Draupadi remained in that kingdom for a year. Dhritarashtra brings the Pandavas to Hastina. The Kauravas, led by Duryodhana, were deeply distressed upon learning everything that had transpired through their spies. The Pandavas, whom they had presumed perished in the fire at the house of Lak, had not only survived, but also emerged stronger. Their own men had perished in the incident, and now, facing such a formidable and righteous lineage seemed increasingly impossible. Duryodhana and his allies deliberated on various ways to suppress the Pandavas and ultimately decided to launch an attack on Panchala and kill them all at once. To this end, Duryodhana approached Dhritarashtra for permission to wage war. In a private moment, Dhritarashtra expressed his own deep concern about the growing strength of the Pandavas. He admitted he shared the same anxiety as Duryodhana but, being the elder, had remained restrained in his speech, while Duryodhana's youthful haste made him appear reckless. Although he agreed that war seemed like a viable solution, he suggested consulting the elders before taking any drastic step. A council was convened with Bhishma, Drona, and other senior advisors. After thoughtful discussion, they advised that a war would not be wise. Instead, it would be more prudent and just to give the Pandavas half of the kingdom, thereby avoiding conflict. Bhishma, Balika, Kripa, Drona, and Vidura all stood by this suggestion. Though Duryodhana was reluctant, Dhritarashtra, bound by the respect he held for these elders and their wisdom, agreed with a forced smile. Accepting their advice, he sent Vidura to Panchala, bearing valuable gifts and an invitation for the Pandavas to return to Hastinapura. Vidura arrived and delivered Dhritarashtra's message. Yudhishthira, filled with joy at the prospect of peace and recognition, accepted the invitation. As a sign of honor and reconciliation, Dhritarashtra himself carried Draupadi on his royal palanquin when the Pandavas arrived. Yudhishthira is crowned at Kandavaprastha. The Pandavas received a grand and respectful welcome upon their arrival in Hastinapur. Dhritarashtra warmly embraced Yudhishthira, the embodiment of Dharma, and affectionately expressed his concern. "My dear hero, if there was any danger at the house of Lak, you should have come straight to Hastinapur. Why did you roam around the forest like that?" he said, gently patting him on the back. At an auspicious time, the Pandavas were officially admitted into the royal palace of King Pandu. Later, as Bhishma's wise counsel echoed in his mind, Dhritarashtra, unable to resist the subtle temptation, called Yudhishthira aside and spoke to him kindly. "My dear, Kandavaprastha has long been the capital of our Kaurava lineage. Though once glorious, it has fallen into ruin over time, and our people moved to Hastinapur. You are a follower of Sanatana Dharma. Therefore, take half the kingdom and restore the lost splendor of Kandavaprastha. Make it your capital. Those who are loyal to you will accompany you. What do you say?" To this, Yudhishthira humbly responded, "Why do you say this, O elder? Did we ever ask for half the kingdom? You are the elder. How can we refuse what you say?" Vidura, standing nearby, was moved by Yudhishthira's humility and thought to himself with affection, "My dear." Soon, all the great kings and nobles arrived to support this transition: Drupada, Krishna, Drishtadyumna, Balika, and others. Holy water from the Ganges was brought in ceremonially on 1008 elephants. In the presence of many revered elders, the great sage Vyasa came and anointed Yudhishthira as the king of Kandavaprastha. At an auspicious moment, the Pandavas set out to establish their new capital at Kandava. Kandavaprastha becomes Indraprastha. The Pandavas reached Kandavaprastha, a place that had become desolate and resembled a dreadful forest. Seeing its condition, Dharmaraja thoughtfully looked toward Krishna. Krishna, with a knowing smile, remembered Indra. Moved by Krishna's devotion, Indra sent Vishwakarma, the divine architect, with a message to Brahma, Shilpa Brahma. "It is your responsibility to transform this ruined city of Kandava into a magnificent metropolis. Let your skilled hands reshape Kandavaprastha into a city worthy of the gods, Indraprastha." Vishwakarma descended to earth and met Lord Krishna. Under Krishna's supervision, he built a magnificent, breathtaking city and named it Indraprastha. The Pandavas greatly honored Vishwakarma for his work. Yudhishthira, the Dharmaraja, began to rule this glorious new city. As news of Indraprastha's prosperity spread, many people began relocating there. Others, longing to live under Yudhishthira's just rule, also migrated. The city rapidly grew, day by day, and became a symbol of wealth, culture, and civilization. Poets and singers glorified Indraprastha in verses. The grand city of Indraprastha stood adorned with resplendent palaces like the Chandraprastha Sauda, and enchanting recreation areas such as Kelanapura. The city's women, with dark, graceful bosoms, moved in elegant pairs, enhancing the beauty of the surroundings. Fragrant perfumes and aromatic pastes filled the air, spreading joy throughout the splendid royal halls. Golden lotuses bloomed densely, attracting swarms of bees that hovered and danced with delight. Indraprastha shone like a celestial city, bathed in divine radiance, resounding with joy and filled with the charm of Rama's playful delight, a reflection of prosperity, grandeur, and heavenly bliss. Upon hearing such praises, the Kauravas grew increasingly restless and anxious. "We cannot defeat the Pandavas," they exclaimed, feverish with jealousy. Yet, they did not lose hope. Recognizing that women were often the root of conflicts, they turned their focus to Draupadi. The Pandavas were 5 brothers, yet they had only one wife. Hoping to sow discord among the brothers through her, the Kauravas began to secretly plot and scheme. Narada's advice to the Pandavas. After spending a few years in Indraprastha, Krishna bid farewell to the Pandavas and returned to Dwaraka. Before leaving, he advised Yudhishthira, "Narada will visit you soon. Follow his guidance, it will bring you great benefit, dear one." As foretold, not long after Krishna's departure, the divine sage Narada arrived in Indraprastha. The Pandavas welcomed him with honor and extended their hospitality. Pleased by their respect and devotion, Narada addressed them with a thoughtful warning, "O sons of Pandu and Nanda, you 5 brothers are sharing one wife, and in such a delicate arrangement, there is always the risk of conflict arising due to her. You are noble and self-controlled, and your homes are virtuous, but even that is not always enough. The world is not filled with people as righteous as you. Remember, women, though a source of joy, can also become the cause of a man's downfall if caution is not exercised. Therefore, it is wise for a man to always remain alert in matters concerning a woman." To make my point clearer, let me share with you a story. Listen carefully. Sundhopasundhu Pakhayanam. Once upon a time, there were 2 powerful demon brothers named Sundhu and Upasundhu. Both were immensely strong, with long limbs and muscular bodies. They performed intense penance and earned a boon from Brahma. When they asked for immortality, Brahma refused, urging them to request something else. So they asked that no one in the world could kill them, except each other. Brahma granted the boon, and the brothers, confident in their invincibility, began terrorizing the 3 worlds. Unable to endure their torment, the gods, led by Brahma, approached Vishnu for help. Vishnu smiled and said, "Why worry over such a simple issue? Just bring a beautiful woman between them. That will take care of it." Brahma then created Tilottama, a divine beauty, and sent her to distract the demons. Upon seeing her, both brothers were smitten and demanded her for themselves. Tilottama, cunningly, told them, "I won't stay with both of you. I'll choose the stronger one." This sparked a fierce quarrel between the 2, and as their egos clashed, they ended up killing each other, thus fulfilling the boon. With her task complete, Tilottama returned to heaven. Concluding the story, Narada warned the Pandavas, "This is the power of a woman. Even mighty beings can fall because of her. So heed my advice. Create a system among yourselves. Let Draupadi stay with one brother each year, and during that time, the others must not enter her chambers. If anyone does, he must go on a year-long pilgrimage. This rule will keep your bond strong and your household in harmony." Saying this, the wise sage blessed them and departed. The pleasure of victory. The Pandavas accepted Narada's advice and followed the rules he suggested with devotion. Time passed peacefully, until one day a Brahmin came to Arjuna, distressed because thieves had stolen his cows. Arjuna, bound by duty, was determined to help. However, his weapons were kept in the armory located in Dharmaraja Yudhishthira's palace, where Draupadi happened to be staying at the time. According to their vow, Arjuna was not supposed to enter during another brother's time with her. Yet, he reasoned that protecting a Brahmin's property was a sacred duty, one that could not be ignored. He entered the armory, took his bow and arrows, and, riding out with the Brahmin, successfully fought off the thieves and returned the cows. Afterwards, he approached Yudhishthira and confessed, "Brother, I have broken our rule. Please permit me to go on a pilgrimage to atone." Yudhishthira tried to stop him, saying that fulfilling a Brahmin's duty for his protection should not be counted as a transgression. But Arjuna, firm in his principles, replied, "A rule is a rule," and departed on a pilgrimage, upholding the spirit of righteousness. Uluchi, love. Arjuna, accompanied by scholars, mythologists, and guides, travelled from Indraprastha and eventually reached Haridwar as part of his pilgrimage. There, he chose to stay by the sacred banks of the Ganges. One day, while bathing in the river, he was suddenly taken to the netherworld by a Naga princess named Ulupi. She expressed her deep love for him and pleaded with him to marry her. Arjuna hesitated, saying he was on a pilgrimage and did not want to break his vow. But Ulupi insisted, saying that if he refused, she would die and he would be responsible for her death. Moved by her plea and unable to turn her down, Arjuna agreed. They were married in the Gandharva tradition, and he spent the night with her. From their union, a son named Iravan was born. The next morning, Arjuna returned to the surface through the Ganges, and his companions, who had been worried about his sudden disappearance, were overjoyed to see him safe and well. Arjuna marries Chitrangada. After completing several pilgrimages in the eastern regions, Arjuna eventually reached Kalinga and then travelled further to Manipur, a kingdom located along the seacoast. The ruler of Manipur was King Chitravahana, whose only child was a beautiful daughter named Chitrangada. One evening, as Arjuna entered the city, he saw Chitrangada playing with a ball in the royal garden. Captivated by her beauty and grace, he fell in love with her and expressed his desire to marry her by sending word to the king through the Brahmins. Upon receiving the message, King Chitravahana welcomed Arjuna with great respect and brought him to his court. After honoring him, the king said, "Falguna, it is my great fortune to consider giving my daughter to you in marriage. However, there is something you must know. Our family lineage traditionally produces only one male heir per generation, but I have no sons, only this beloved daughter. I cannot send her away to live in her husband's home. I have decided to pass my kingdom on to my grandson, her future child. If you can accept this arrangement, I have no objection to the marriage." Arjuna, also known as Savyasachi, agreed to the terms. He married Chitrangada and lived in Manipur for some time, enjoying a life of love and happiness with her. Eventually, when the agreed-upon time with Chitrangada came to an end, Arjuna continued his journey, heading south for further pilgrimage. In that southern region, there were 5 sacred places: Saubhadra, Pauloma, Karandama, Prasanna, and Bharadwaja, infested with dangerous crocodiles. These ferocious creatures would attack anyone who entered the waters, making people fearful of performing religious rituals there. Arjuna removes the curse of the crocodile. Knowing about the cursed crocodiles in the sacred southern waters, Arjuna first visited Saubhadra Tirtha. There, a powerful crocodile seized his feet with immense force. With great strength, Arjuna dragged it ashore and threw it onto the bank. To his astonishment, the crocodile immediately transformed into a radiant apsara adorned with divine ornaments. Curious and surprised, Arjuna asked her to explain what had happened. The apsara replied, "O great hero! My name is Shatashranga. I am one of the apsaras. One day, while wandering with my friends, I came across a sage performing penance in this area. Tempted by his beauty, I tried to seduce him with songs and alluring words, hoping he would become our companion. But the sage, fearing the destruction of his penance, cursed us to become crocodiles and lie in these sacred waters. Terrified, we fell at his feet and begged for mercy. Out of compassion, the sage gave us a blessing, that after 100 years, a great warrior would defeat us and thus free us from the curse. Now, O mighty one, as you have freed me, I ask you to help my friends too, Surabay, Samichi, Budbuda, and Lata, who are still cursed and lying in other sacred waters." Moved by her plea, Arjuna, true to his name Savyasachi, visited the 4 remaining Tirthas and freed the other apsaras by defeating each crocodile in the sacred waters. With the threat gone, people could once again safely visit these Tirthas, and Arjuna was widely praised for restoring their sanctity. After completing these noble deeds, Arjuna returned to Manipur, where he was overjoyed to see that Chitrangada had given birth to a son. He named the child Babruvahana and, as promised to King Chitravahana, left the child in his care to be raised as the heir to the kingdom. From there, Arjuna journeyed to the sacred site of the Gakana river and then continued on to Prabhasa Tirtha. Upon learning that the city of Dwaraka was nearby, he decided to go there to meet his beloved friend and cousin, Lord Krishna. Krishna, also known as Shoyui, heard of Arjuna's arrival through his messengers and prepared to receive him. Subhadra Arjuna's wedding. Sri Krishna himself came forward to warmly welcome Partha. The two of them spent 6 nights together at the later Mandir in the caves of Rivatakagiri, cherishing their deep bond. On the following day, Krishna returned to Dwaraka and arranged a grand feast at Rivataka mountain. Subhadra, filled with devotion and joy, worshipped the deity of Rivataka mountain. As she performed the rituals with enthusiasm, she expressed in her heart a desire to marry Arjuna and later departed with her sisters. Arjuna, who was observing all of this in disguise, felt pleased. The members of Balarama's entourage, who had come to the mountain, failed to recognize Falguna as he was dressed as a sage performing penance, and they even reverently treated him as a holy yati. Krishna continued to maintain Arjuna's guise as a yati. Understanding the mutual affection between Arjuna and Subhadra, Krishna, with Vasudeva's approval, appointed Subhadra to serve the sage, who was in fact Arjuna. Captivated by the noble and calm demeanor of the sage, Subhadra began to admire him deeply. One day, she confronted him, asking whether she and the sage, Indranan, as she believed, could ever be married. At that point, Sabyasachi revealed his true identity. He was indeed Arjuna, and encouraged her to consider a Gandharva-style marriage. Subhadra, although overjoyed, suggested first seeking permission from her elder brother Balarama. After this, she left the place. Learning of all this, Krishna devised a plan. He encouraged all the Yadavas to go worship the deity of cattle on an island in the middle of the ocean. Once the entire community had left for the island, Krishna stealthily returned to Dwaraka with a few trusted companions who were loyal to him. At an auspicious time aligned with Indra's blessings, he secretly arranged the wedding of Arjuna and Subhadra. The ceremony was performed in the presence of celestial beings including Indra and the 8 guardian deities. Amidst sacred Vedic chants, joyous trumpets, and auspicious rituals, Arjuna tied the Mangalsutra around Subhadra's neck with 3 firm knots. They both bowed to each other with respect and devotion. Immediately after the wedding, Partha began to leave with Subhadra in his chariot. However, realizing what had happened, the guards and warriors skilled in defense surrounded Arjuna to stop him. Arjuna, prepared for battle, stood firm. At that crucial moment, Subhadra, the fearless sister of Krishna, took the reins of the chariot into her own hands and drove it swiftly and skillfully. Arjuna, strong and valiant, repelled the attackers and broke through their ranks. The fleeing guards signaled their defeat by blowing conch shells and trumpets, which reached Balarama and the others on the island. Furious upon hearing the news, the Yadavas and Vrishni heroes prepared for action. But Krishna quickly intervened, calming their anger and explaining the entire situation. Birth of Abhimanyu and the Upa Pandavas. As soon as Arjuna returned to Indraprastha, he respectfully bowed to his elder brother Yudhishthira and received the blessings of the Brahmins. Then he approached Draupadi, who was visibly upset. With a touch of sarcasm and pain, she remarked, "It is natural that the first knot loosens when the second one is tied. You have brought such a beautiful woman, why come back to me now?" She sat down in a daze, her emotions swirling. But Arjuna, skilled in the delicate art of love, knew how to ease the heart of a hurt woman. With sincere humility and grace, he pacified her, and Draupadi, who was born of fire and not of a woman's womb, Yayanija, gradually softened. Eventually, he sent Subhadra to her. Subhadra, after receiving Kunti's blessings, humbly entered Draupadi's quarters and bowed at her feet, saying, "Maharani, I am your servant." Touched by her humility, Draupadi gently lifted her up and said with affection, "What are these words, dear? Even if you weren't Krishna's sister by birth, I would still accept you." She embraced Subhadra warmly and blessed her, saying, "As a brave mother, may you always shine with the fortune and glory of Vijaya Lakshmi." A few days later, Vasudeva arrived in Indraprastha with his sons Pradyumna and Satyaki, along with Baladeva and other elders, to visit Subhadra and the Pandavas. After spending time with the family and offering blessings, Balarama returned to Dwaraka along with the elders, while Krishna remained in Indraprastha for some time. During this period, Subhadra gave birth to a son by Arjuna, who would later become the heir to the throne. They named the child Abhimanyu. Kunti, who had once been fondly called Nayanama by Ghatotkacha, became deeply emotional upon seeing her second grandson. Meanwhile, Draupadi also gave birth to 5 sons, one by each of the Pandavas, Pratavindya by Yudhishthira, Sutasoma by Bhima, Shrutakama by Arjuna, Shaunaka by Nakula, and Shrutasena by Sahadeva. These sons, born to Draupadi and her 5 husbands, came to be known collectively as the Upa Pandavas, Junior Pandavas. Giving the fire, chakra, and Gandiva weapons to Krishna and Arjuna. As summer arrived, Krishna and Arjuna, along with their family, visited the Kandava forest to enjoy the wildlife. While they were there, an old Brahmin took refuge with them and sought their protection. The Brahmin explained that he was suffering from an incurable disease of indigestion and needed to swallow all the medicines in the Kandava forest in one gulp to cure himself. Krishna and Arjuna, puzzled by this, asked how this could be possible. The Brahmin revealed that if they simply said ouch, he would be able to eat the entire forest. He warned that if they didn't cooperate, Indra would stop him. After listening to the Brahmin story, Krishna and Arjuna promised to assist him, but they still didn't understand the full situation. The Brahmin, who revealed himself to be the god of fire, Agni, explained further. He shared that long ago, a king named Svetaki had performed a yagna called the Shatavarsha Satra, during which Agni consumed ghee non-stop for 100 years, resulting in severe indigestion. To cure this, Agni sought the help of Brahma, who advised him to burn down the Kandava forest. However, every time Agni tried, Indra intervened with heavy rains to stop him. Brahma then instructed Agni to take refuge in Krishna and Arjuna for help. After hearing Agni's plight, Arjuna assured him that they were brave and knowledgeable but lacked the proper equipment to help. Agni then called upon Vayuna, the god of the seas, who granted Arjuna the powerful Gandiva bow, the Akshona Tunira, and a divine chariot. Krishna was also given a mace and a wheel weapon. With these divine weapons, Arjuna, with Krishna's approval, prepared to help Agni fulfill his task of burning the Kandava forest. Burning of Kandava. Svaha Vallabha, who had previously been as powerless as a dried-up papaya, suddenly became enraged and transformed into a fiery flame. With immense fury, he descended upon the Kandava forest and set it ablaze from all 4 sides. Upon hearing of this, Indra, concerned for the forest and its inhabitants, ordered clouds to pour rain on the fire. Anticipating the rain and thunder, Arjuna quickly created a protective barrier made of arrows around the Kandava forest. The fire below couldn't be extinguished by the rain above, causing the raindrops to be wasted. Among the forest's residents was Takshaka, a close friend of Indra and the son of Panajendra, living there with his mother. To protect Takshaka, Indra had been shielding the forest from the fire. When Takshaka's mother saw the fire, she feared for her child's life and, in her panic, took him in her mouth and flew into the sky. Seeing this, Arjuna, with one powerful stroke, cut off the head of the mother snake, nearly killing Takshaka. Just as Takshaka was about to perish, Indra, using the illusion of Mohini, temporarily confused Arjuna and shielded Takshaka. Fearing his friend's demise, Indra, in a fit of anger, summoned clouds to rain down upon Arjuna. However, Arjuna used his wind to scatter the clouds. Meanwhile, Indra threw the peaks of the Mantara, Manikya, and Kanthu mountains into the fire, but Arjuna crushed them with ease. Overwhelmed by the fierce battle between Indra's forces and the blazing fire, Krishna attempted to use his discus to drive away the Kechara forces. Despite all of Indra's efforts, he could not stop the destruction of the Kandava forest. Finally, a voice from the sky declared that Krishna and Arjuna, as Naranarayanas, were undefeatable, and no one could halt their actions. It revealed that Takshaka had already escaped the fire and taken refuge in Kurukshetra. Defeated, Indra retreated with his forces and left the scene. Arjuna threatens Mayuna. Meanwhile, Mayuna, the brother of Namuchi and a resident of Kandava, fled to Takshaka's house to escape the fire. However, there was no protection there either, and he was desperately searching for a way out. Seeing his plight, Krishna prepared to throw his discus at Mayuna. However, Mayuna immediately sought refuge with Arjuna, and both Krishna and Arjuna granted him protection. As a result, among the dwellers of the burnt Kandava forest, Ashvasena, Takshaka's son, was saved by Indra, and Mayuna found refuge through Krishna and Arjuna. Of the remaining creatures in the forest, only 4 large birds and the young of the Mandapala survived, while the rest were reduced to ashes. Afterward, Agni, having regained his strength from the forest's purification, bid farewell to Krishna and Arjuna and departed. Impressed by the prowess of the Pandavas and Vasudeva, Indra visited them alone, accepted their hospitality, and bestowed upon Arjuna the Varanadis and divine weapons. He also wished for a prosperous and eternal friendship between Krishna and Arjuna and returned to his home. The Aadi Parvam of the Mahabharata serves as the foundation of the epic, introducing the key characters, their noble virtues, and the complex relationships that will shape the epic's later events. From the birth of the Pandavas and Kauravas to their early struggles, divine interventions, and interactions with gods, sages, and other celestial beings, this first book sets the stage for the monumental journey of these characters. The stories in the Aadi Parvam reveal the deep connections of fate, righteousness, and the intricate web of Dharma that guides the lives of the Pandavas. Through the blessings of Lord Krishna, the courage of Arjuna, and the wisdom imparted by sages like Narada, the Pandavas begin to prepare for the challenges ahead. The tales of their interactions with gods, their trials, and the importance of duty and relationships highlight the themes of honor, justice, and devotion that will continue to unfold. As we transition into the Aadi Parva, the stage is set for the great game of dice and the power struggles that will test the Pandavas' strength, integrity, and resolve. The Aadi Parvam establishes the characters' paths and their fates, leading us into the next phase of the Mahabharata, where the seeds of conflict, betrayal, and war will be sown. The epic moves from divine intervention and moral lessons to the impending challenges of the Aadi Parva, where the true test of Dharma and the dynamics of power will shape the future of the Kurukshetra war. Dear sisters, brothers, and beloved soulmates, I am Ramon Krishna Vadapalli, the owner of this channel, dedicated to promoting a moral and spiritual society worldwide. Our main objective is to share the epic story of the Mahabharata, which serves as a rich collection of spiritual and moral teachings. This includes the Bhagavad Gita, a profound source of enlightenment for all humanity. I kindly ask all viewers to subscribe, like, and share this channel to support our mission. The Mahabharata comprises a total of 589 stories, each contributing to our understanding of life and spirituality. Please subscribe and share and support me for more likewise. Thank you. Yours, Vadapalli Ramon Krishna, ancient yoga trainer.